morning, everyone. I hope that you can hear me, considering that YouTube says that there is no data being received from OBS currently, but at the same time, OBS tells me I haven't stopped, my connection, so I have no idea who's telling the truth right now, actually. But good morning, everyone. I know a lot of people are probably here like, damn, cool kid, why won't you, or well, what are you doing when you should actually be making videos? Oh, I'm a tad quiet. My mic's a little bit farther from my face than normal. The positioning of it's not consistent because whenever I get up from my desk, I normally, like, push my mic arm away, and so it causes problems on occasion, but this mic is also just a bit quieter in general, to be honest with you, compared to the old one. I might have to up its sound a bit. I'm about to go to bed. Yes, it's calculated. I actually do that on purpose. But welcome, everyone. I've been working a lot. I think I mentioned it on the last stream, which was, I think it was last week. But I've been working a lot on making summons overpowered, and it's unintentionally become a massive video. I'm talking, like, probably within the ballpark of an hour and a half. So the script is currently 24 pages, and I still have, I think, let me just count real quick. Yeah, I still have 5 different topics to cover before it's finished. So making summons overpowered is going to be a very long video. Sorry, I bumped my mic there. But my current debate, I guess maybe people can give me their thoughts on this, but I'm wondering if I should, like, once I finish the script for this video, maybe like dialing it back a bit and making like another weird and obscure stuff or something, just so that I'm able to release something, this month. Missed him last year, rip. God bless. I have a shower-related question. How often WEF? I don't entirely understand what you're asking, to be perfectly honest with you, but that's just a me thing. Okay, sorry, I'm getting a few things organized. How often when you shower do you wash your legs? I mean, like, generally, yeah. I feel like this is like some elaborate joke setup, to be honest with you, but I can't see where it's going. Unmute Warframe when it's running in the background so my audio doesn't randomly cut out. So, this is another one of the live reactions I just decided to produce because I didn't feel like going and finding one. Back to the Exalted Weapons videos. Whether or not the Exalted Weapon videos will sort of, like, still be the focus or not kind of depends. With the amount of stuff that's changing about them in TechRod Encore, my current plan is to kind of just, like, give it, like, maybe a month or two to kind of get familiar with how things are different, and then go from there, pretty much. Bucket, welcome Blueprint. Washing your legs in the shower doesn't actually do anything. I'm not familiar with the shower science. As a real gamer, I wouldn't know. What was it? I mean, in terms of just, like, because some people are like, oh, well, when they release the update, right, you'll just get right back to it. And it's like, not really. I kind of need some time to, figure out all the stuff that's different and sort of how it all ties to, like, how it is compared to the old system and how it all kind of ties together. I am a little sad because I do feel like melee influence is just going to be incredibly prominent, like, to an extent that will probably be annoying. But at the same time, that's just the price you gotta pay. Can we see the bucket? Actually, we can see the bucket. I was messing around in... I cannot type, sorry. I think it's in this one. It might be in the spring one. It's in one of these two scenes. I think it... Come to think of it, also... Okay, I'm kind of all over the place right now, but why is the exposure in here always set to 0.1? I think it is in the spring one. I think I fucked that up. I don't know why, but I just thought it was funny. The real question is, do you piss in the shower? You see, this is why giving Robin a membership was a mistake, because now her messages are highlighted, and I instinctively read them, because they're more obvious than the others. for the longest time. I think the goal is to try and standardize it now, but melee afflictions, yeah, I think melee afflictions on Baruch. I also think duplicate on Excalibur has potential to be really good if you only take Sacrificial Pressure and Arcane Avenger, because it gets you to almost exactly 100%. Where is this fucking bucket? It's so bright now that I turned the exposure up too much, I think. Yeah, here it is. Look, it's just like the thumbnail. It's clipping a little bit into the box. But you know what's even better? Is the bucket is a physics object. I think it despawned. Well, you get the idea. Can I open this up? No. Occupied. That's pretty fucking cringe. Well, that was... There's actually 2 buckets, but I think I blew up the other one. There's normally... I tried to hit G to waypoint. I forgot that's the capture a camera button. There's also normally one in this corner. What do you mean wood? Wood the bucket? You people have... Hold on. There's a thing. I posted this in Grattler Gang earlier. And I think it's relevant again. If Flary is here, they already know what I'm about to show. This is, like, whenever I stream, or whenever I do anything on the internet, right, and I have to interact with my community in some fashion, I just feel this image. This image. What do you mean, wood the bucket? What do you mean, wood the bucket? I like how... This is a really low resolution, so when I've got it blown up to fill the whole screen, it looks super fucking deep fried. Yeah, this is these are my thoughts to that type of thing. Anyways, I should actually just put this... Yeah, I'm gonna put this in my stuff folder so that I don't lose it. It's too important. I like I like how there's something in the stuff folder I have in OBS just called gooning. I'm pretty sure I know what this is. Yeah. Oh, it's off-center. I think this was back when it was still in 1080p. Oh no, it's centering itself that way. That's weird. Regardless, stuff. Yeah, I have a folder. You guys can't see it, but I have a thing in my OBS just called stuff. And it just contains a bunch of, it just contains, sorry, a bunch of random shit that I've used on stream that I thought might be useful in the future. Ballsfish is in here. So we've got a lot of stuff in here. Can you make the bucket bigger than the gameplay? I could. What if I put the bucket as the main screen and then the gameplay went in the corner? What else is in here? We have... There's one just called Screenshot 2023-316, and I'm kind of scared to view that. I don't know what it is. We have a picture of Bible Man. Oh, I remember this image. Fucking hell. And just one for the road. Also, we have... Considering it's the bucket, stream, I probably should put Bucket Ben on the screen. Anyways. The game is the live reaction? Yeah, true. Also, do I have a homework folder? No, I do not. I'm not in school anymore. Would not Steven Universe fans? I think that's the morally correct stance on that topic, personally. You can have one. Yeah, there's a... I think you have to purchase it, come to think of it. Necromite. Yep. You can purchase a Necromite and he hangs out. I don't know where he went, but he's somewhere around here. Anyhow, I don't have any particular plans for today's stream. I just thought we'd fuck around for a bit and see how things go. We can hang out for a little while. Technically a Roomba? Yeah, more or less. Got a bucket prime. Oh, if you mean the mop, I do believe I have one. I think it's in here. Yeah, there it is. There's the prime version of the bucket. It's kind of hard to see. Hold on, let me... There it is. I'd move it, but So weird thing about this. The Niles Oubliette, if you move it, or like move anything near it, it has a massive like no place zone around it. Like as you can see, even though this thing was already here, I can't place it back in the radius. It's really large. So if I move anything, I'll have to deal with the consequences of removing this to put it back. You want to tap that? It's more about, I think it's more of like, Nile's kind of like a fish, and you tap it to scare him. So, funny thing, you can only purchase, or like, you can only have one of these in your inventory at a time these days, because like, if you, I don't think there's one right now. Yeah, there isn't. But normally, if you're already like holding a key for that boss fight, you can't buy another one, but that wasn't always the case, so I have like 15 of them. I just kind of was like hoarding them for a video that I wanted to make, and I completely forgot to like ever actually make it. Because there was a point in time where I was wanting to do like a boss tier list, but I just kind of decided, I don't think that video's interesting enough. So, you scrolled past it. Is it in there? I might just be blind. I think I'm being gaslit. I don't think it's in here. Spam decorations in my orbiter. I'm actually out of space in here because of this. It's right there. There it is. Yeah, this. The Noggle collection. Funnily enough, like the Prime Noggles, right? You know, you get those from getting various Prime accesses, or I just kind of purchased them off and on when they came back in Resurgence. But for the regular Noggle collection, weirdly enough, I only bought like 4 of these. A bunch of people would just send me random Noggles on stream, and I noticed at one point I had almost all of them. So, this is not a meme. We're not gaslighting you. It was right there. You know what? It probably is, but I'm just refusing to listen at this point as an act of defiance. Well, we do. Hold on. Quedza Drake is here. So you know we can always do the sortie. My day is ruined. Farm Sions. Mental illness shelf. You could put it that way. I think we'll have to kill Cool Kid. It's about fucking time, Vigos. It's about fucking time. How many woke games released in February? I don't know what you're referring to. Legendary core incoming. Oh no! You just don't want to farm it. You know, it's kind of weird. I've noticed there are certain resources, like Stella. Okay, I feel like... Is it just me, or is my game really loud? Hold on. I feel like I got too used to when I turned the volume down, and now it's going back down. Warframe, true. But with... Outgoing communications. I'm sorry, I'm having a moment. Give me a second, I need to reboot. Yeah, Stella. So that and like Entrati Lanthorns and stuff are kind of like infamously annoying resources to get. But I never really struggled with them because I just played the updates that added them so much that I just had a shit ton. I'll just throw this up. Alan does the transmissions again. I actually didn't realize it was bugged. I guess I just don't really ever have a reason to come back here. Before Whispers, at least. And yeah, that's true. Like I said, it's just weird because, like, a lot of people struggle with Lanthorns a lot. I just happen not to because I played the content so much. I'm not denying that they were annoying to farm. I just kind of gotten a bunch of them passively. It's 10 a.m. for me. Yeah, this is secretly the early morning stream if you're someone with a normal sleep schedule who just doesn't happen to live in, you know, this hemisphere. I'm gonna rock this guy's shit real quick. Watch this. Cool. Plays the content. What a loser. Also, welcome, Nova. I've seen the things you were sending me, but I haven't had a chance to actually reply because I've been, you know, doing this for the past, I don't know what, I've been live for like 10 minutes. Since I'm Australian. Oh, okay. We now have a confirmed 3 Australian viewers. We're getting there. available for feeding calcs. So I feel like sometimes it's just like, the resources are kind of arbitrary, so it's like, fuck it, this just goes here. The fact that you can feed the crystals from the Citrine mission also kind of fucks with me. New Zealand here? Okay, I have to ask, how does it feel that there's a very large amount of maps in the world that do not contain your country? Do you guys ever feel bad about that? What's the Australian goal? I'm going for double-digit Australian viewers, then we'll be good. The melee monster that is Varuna? Yeah, fair enough. I ain't feeding into the helmet. I remember I fed Entrati Lanthorns to the helmet on stream once. I think it was actually the, Sorry, I only have one of my earphones on right now, so I don't have directional audio. Everything is in my left ear, but... Genuinely, I mean, at least you guys are a good sport about it. There's like 7 Australia. All right, you know what? We'll just ask right now. How many of you watching right now are Australian? We're going to try and tally it up to 7. That's our objective. If you're Australian, let me know. I'm from Finland? Interesting. I'm Austrian? Close enough. We'll count it. The game. I feel like... Okay, how many of these are woke versus how much of it is like... that feels... I don't even know how to, like, organize my thoughts on this. Somewhat nitpicky, I guess. But sometimes I drink beer. What is... Okay, wait, Grey Archon, what does that mean? Do you, like... Is it like, you become Australian when you drink? How does that work? Ban everyone that confesses. Transfem dog girl. Well, I mean, I'm sorry that you're also a fellow... I'm assuming you mean Midwestern United States. Doing my first and I want to see how fast you can do them. I can probably try, actually. Sisters are fairly quick if you... I don't want to say know how to optimize them. It requires some amount of luck, but the general strategy I've always done is you want to play missions that are, like, decently fast, but you have to keep in mind with Sisters that each mission can only contain up to 3 hound spawns. So it's like, you don't need to do, like, really long ones, because I think Kuba Liches are 10 larvalings, and they give less progress. So, see ya. Well, thank you for stopping by, Bloopers. I hope you catch many fish. Also, I'm gonna be honest, Robin, yeah, I completely forgot that you also lived in Iowa. That makes it even worse, to be honest. I'm sorry you're stuck here with the rest of us. Robin's one of the 8 people that lives in this part of the country. You know what's fucked up is that, like, I say that as a joke, living in Iowa, but if I lived in Montana, you can actually unironically say something like that. Look, yeah, I'm one of the 6 people that lives in this zip code. Have you guys seen a map of the U.S. population density? There's, like, nobody in Montana. Arkansas here. I'm sorry for all my fellow Americans that are up at this hour. An Iowan Eximus. 10 plus 3 on Lich Spawn, 3 plus 1 on Sister Spawn. Yeah, that's true. Can be worth waiting them out to try and, get more. And Larvaling's permission? Yeah, I believe it's 3 hounds and 10 Larvalings. There's like 10 people in the Great Plains in general. Yeah, deadass. Because I went to a party. Well, you certainly have a more active social life than I do. Per kill. Yeah, if I don't know in terms of like if you like guess, if you mean like when you guess wrong, I don't think so. But for the hounds, yeah, they give considerably more progress than larvalings, which is a big part of why they're so much faster. I think it's pretty there. I mean, I guess I wouldn't know. I think I've mentioned this before, but I've spent pretty much my entire life in the Midwestern United States. I visited Nitro in Texas a few times. But that's the furthest I've been from home, right? I've lived in Iowa most of my life, but I've also lived in, like, Nebraska and Missouri, and I visited places like Kansas and, Minnesota and whatnot. I'm gonna be honest with you, the whole Midwestern U.S. is the fucking same. Like, when it comes to being a Midwesterner, maybe you guys would know this, you know, if any of you are here, you know, Midwesterners, but a lot of being a Midwestern state is just finding another Midwestern state to act like is worse than yours when you're all actually the fucking same. Like, here in Iowa, we joke that at least we're not Nebraska, and it's like, I've lived in Nebraska, too. Nebraska is just Iowa with Runza, and that does make it objectively worse, but it's still not by that much. They all blend together? They do. How many holo keys do you get per sister? I think it's 1. Unless they've ever changed it, I think it's 1 per sister kill. But you can get up to 4 if everyone in your squad has a sister, and you'll have to fight them individually. We say at least we're not Iowa. Yeah, that one too. I have a friend named Nate who's lived in Wisconsin most of his life who brought that up. I feel like I dodged the bullet by getting out of there when I did. I guess it depends on your proclivities, right? Your political proclivities, we'll put it that way. It cuts off at Kansas for me. I mean, definitionally speaking, I'm pretty sure they're both considered part of the Midwest, but I don't think it really matters, to be honest. Says Cali is terrible. I used to have a friend who lived in California, and it seemed like he did not have a pleasant time living there. I mean, I'm pretty sure he still does, but I find it kind of crazy that California is the country's most populated state, and, like, it's by a pretty wide margin. Texas is behind it, but by like, several million people. I find it kind of weird that California is so, like, populated, especially considering how expensive it is to live there. And that's very bad. Yeah, I think I've talked about this before, but my workplace, at one point, I think it was 2021, maybe 2022. Do you guys remember this when Texas froze over, like, really suddenly during the pandemic? Because there was a period of time where a lot of, like, natural gas mining and stuff happens in Texas. And so for that period, the rate was so inflated because it was so inaccessible that, from what I was told, I don't work in this department at my job, but apparently we spent all of our budget for natural gas in 2 days. That was the budget for the entire year. And so from that point forward, we kind of had to explain to customers, yeah, shit went crazy. If you have natural gas, we're sorry. Things are going to get more expensive for you for a while. Thank you, Jackal. Very cool. What was the next mission? It's mobile defense. Eximus Stronghold even. How fancy. We'll grab Frost. Can we summon Evelyn? We might, if you say inflation 3 times in chat, Evelyn magically appears, I think. But yeah, that shit was pretty interesting. Now, it's funny too, because, like, most people who live here... Yeah, okay, now people are trying. Someone get a hold of Evelyn so that the prophecy comes true. But a lot of people who live in the Midwest probably know that, generally speaking here, the winters can be pretty harsh. Especially if you live in Iowa. Like, if you look at climate maps of the area, Iowa is particularly cold for basically no reason. It's kind of bullshit, honestly, but this year's winter was like nothing for us. We had snow for like maybe 3 weeks of the entire year, and it was pretty shitty when it was a problem, right? But I remember looking at, like, there was, like, the big snowstorm that happened to parts of, like, the South and things like that. I know it was, like, I think it was, what, like, Tennessee in particular had, like, 10 inches of snow? And it's like, okay, so did we just, like, move it all to these people? Because, like, when I first moved where I currently live, I remember there were days where it was, like, negative 20-something, and we had to, you know, like, the snow was up to your waist. Like, there were times where I would drive my car through, like, the side streets near my apartment before they had been plowed, and, like, my headlights would go out because they were buried under the snow. That just didn't happen this year. And I mean, I'm not complaining, because that shit is incredibly annoying. I just thought it was weird that a bunch of people that are normally not used to snow suddenly not just got snow, they got a shit ton of it. For the past 5 years. Yeah, I agree with that. 10, 20, and 70 degrees. It's been the same way here, where it's just been all over the place. Climate change is tweaking off the perk 30 or whatever the fuck. In Louisiana this year. Yeah, I thought it was interesting that it also ended up there as well. You have a lot of very warm places. getting a surprising amount. Maybe a meter of snow total. Damn. So here in Iowa, I think we probably got half of that in total, which is a lot less than we normally get. So I guess, you know, we actually started, a coworker of mine, funnily enough, this is for people who remember this is the same one where we did the thing about unbanning him from my chat, because I jokingly banned him and we held a poll for his release. But he paid $100 to fix his snowblower, and then it just didn't snow for like 2 months. So we're all convinced it's his fault that it didn't snow, and I'm not complaining, but like all it costs is $100 apparently. I think the hottest heat wave in recorded history of my country. I guess for me it kind of depends. Like, I'm so much more used to it being absurdly cold here that I feel like oftentimes if I would choose, I'd take the heat purely because I feel like it's snow especially that gets me. Like, the low temperatures is kind of whatever. Like, they're rough. You know, you get up in the morning for your job and you're like, damn, it's fucking freezing in here. And then you go outside and you wonder if it's even worth it, right? But during the winter, the main thing is you have snow, which is like a physical obstruction, and that shit sucks. For the entire previous week and next week, damn. Yeah, I don't know. For me personally, I feel like the sweet spot of temperature is like autumn weather. It's like what? Like 50 degrees Fahrenheit kind of area? I don't know what that is in reasonable units, and I'm assuming enough of you are not American, rather, that you'll probably have no idea what that is. You know, intuitively, rather. But we need warm snow to balance out the suffering. We do not, I assure you. I think warm snow is the ash from forest fires, but here in Iowa, so much of our like natural ecosystem has been fucking destroyed for farms that it doesn't matter, right? We don't have to worry about forest fires in Iowa. It's honestly weird in general, because like, living in the Midwest, natural disasters just kind of don't happen here. Like, there are tornadoes, and that's kind of the #1 thing. But, like, flooding is rare unless you live on a river of some kind. Forest fires don't happen. Earthquakes don't happen. Like, I don't know. It's just kind of weird. My ideal temp, which luckily Melbourne is for, like, half the year. Fair enough. I would have to look up the conversion ratio for that, because I don't intuitively know, Celsius, but also, TLDR, how to get good at disruption. I really recommend taking a Warframe that is able to amp up your melee weapon and a strong heavy attack weapon, like Harmony or something. Those are the easiest ways, in my opinion, like Color Bow and Harmony, or like Ash. You can take Ash with Smoke Shadow, and then even Subsume Wrathful Advance on him if you want, something like that. It's not going to get you to level cap, more likely than not, but it'll certainly help. Let you all be for a while? Yeah, probably. It's weird, too, because, like... Also, this stream is in honor of Bucket Ben. All over the meat department? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, you'd think that your workplace would probably, I don't know. Then again, I feel like most employers, it's like you're not going home unless you're literally dying kind of thing. But... Fuck, marry, kill, red snow, brown snow, yellow snow? I'm just not going to engage with that question, but I will read it, just so you know that I did in fact see it. I'm just choosing not to respond. I recommend taking a Warframe. Look, I think you all should know if you watch my streams at this point that I'm very bad at multitasking, and my train of thought is a complete clusterfuck disaster. Making overpowered next again? It's going to be summons. If this is a D's nuts joke, if you're going to like to summon these nuts into your mouth, oh god, I'm going to be pissed. I'm just saying that now. I have no clue how I did it. Fair enough. To disruption because of DACA, that makes sense. I think a lot of the like struggle with it is the nullification field they spit out, you know, shutting your shit off is really annoying. Into thinking you didn't. True. It's a very well-cut quote. Like, I remember when my dad still worked in like a pretty high-ranking corporate position at his job, there was a period where he actually got interviewed for a paper, and they just took a bunch of his quotes out of context to make him say something he never said, and he was like, damn, I didn't think I was important enough for this to happen to me. And, like, you know, fair enough. Blast them from a distance. That's true. I think a lot of it also is kind of tile dependent, because there are some areas where if you're trying to get ahead of the... Oh, fuck. Oh, my dog walked into my doorstop, and I heard the, like, boing noise, and I was like, huh? But there are some tiles where, like, if you're trying to get, you know, to the Demolisher as fast as possible so that he has, like, the maximum distance between the objective and you, then it can be a little bit tricky if you're in, like, a tight hallway or something, and it's really hard to keep that distance from them, because there's, like, a lot of corners. Like, there's that one room on Mars, the Mars disruption. Maybe you'll know what I'm talking. It's, like, got, like, a bridge over it, and I think there's a console you use in the sabotage, but because they can enter from so many different directions, and that room is so weirdly shaped, it kind of forces you to be close to them, which is a little annoying. It's still an entirely valid strategy to, you know, just rely on distance, but... Simply void sling across the map. Yeah, void sling into a bitch's house even. I'll just take Lavos for this. Make the most on Titania's Exalteds and duplicate influence. I'm thinking Enervate for sure will probably be really, really good on her. And then for Dewata, I'll probably take duplicate. I feel like its status chance is probably not like great enough that I would care for influence, but that's just me. Influence is good on anything that can proc a status effect though, so... In my Duviri run, I'm sorry for you.
In an attempt to exert power and authority, the Corpus have continued to refine...
One-shot them in high level, and I still don't get what they're running. A lot of that, I feel like, ultimately just, like, boils down to, like, weapons that deal a shit ton of damage. So, like, sniper rifles and shotguns are a good, take for that, too. Or really high rate of fire, high damage stuff like regulators as well. Early access Exalted Rework from Warframe knowers? No, I have not.
As lethal to technology as it is to flesh. Disrupting the Jackal's out of repair may require...
I feel like it won't scale past 1 hour. That's fair. Disruption also does just scale very aggressively in general. What happened to the mind? Yeah, as in mind bollocks upon thy countenance. I feel like you've pulled that joke on me before, so I'm just going to assume that's what the setup is.
The Jackal's auto repair priest...
To wind down for the night. Well, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate your patronage. No. The beekeeping incident. That one, I'm gonna be honest, that was the perfect joke because I had just so happened to have, like, had a conversation with a friend of mine about their neighbors that were beekeepers. So I genuinely didn't see it coming because the topic was actually still fresh in my mind. It was such a stupid one to fall for, too, but no, that got my ass. I was looking at my chat and just gotten my ass knocked over as well. Bucket lore. Yeah, Bucket and Mop are married. Oh. I must end my feudal existence. I mean, you sent that one to me in DMs as well, so like, I thought you'd remember to do a little organizing of my tabs here. I don't know what everyone else here thinks, but I honestly really like the Jackal. I think it's a very good boss fight. The only caveat to that being it's probably too early in the game for how hard it is, because I've seen a lot of new players get filtered by this boss, but I've been so ass recently. Honestly, as long as Day Trader doesn't show up, I'm good. Day Trader, I am so mad did not get removed from the pool when they did the overhaul to Nightwave challenges, because I hate Day Trader so much. Would have been more surprising if we fell for it again. It's typically like the spacing is far enough I forget, right? That's typically the trick, right? You give me a few months and I'll forget that shit. I'm like a goldfish, but on a slightly longer time scale. To appear next week, I wouldn't be surprised. I hate that challenge so much. It's not even hard, it's just like really tedious with blast settings. I respect that. With how good blast is nowadays, it's definitely worth, you know, evaluating if you can take synergy items for it. Mind-numbingly boring to fight. I think for me the reason I like it is because it's a lot more mechanically involved. The main thing, of course, is that means you've got downtime like this, and some people really hate that, and that's totally fair. Personally, I think downtime in a boss fight is fine, depending. And I feel like, for me, like, the Jackal's boss fight downtime still keeps you busy. Like, in the cutscene, honestly, good question.
You have sent a clear message.
Swap Jackal with Sergeant? True.
More profiteering not to go unpunished.
Oh, he fumbled the Corvex bid? What does that mean exactly?
Target down. Assassination.
Jackal boss fight rework thing? I'm not sure if you're saying this as there's something legitimate, or that you're, like, pulling my leg that, you know, you don't know the Jackal got reworked almost 6 years ago. Or 5 years ago. I think it was in 2020. Enemies, yeah, you have to win 3 consecutive rounds, and the enemy can't score a single time. Completely ass challenge, by the way. Not a fan.
Ordis has received messages for the operator.
Okay, well, he's pissed. I got a ribbon as well, so I don't know what you guys put your like, hedged your bets on, but you can cheese it with a high range level. I know you can, I just find the challenge really, like, boring. That's my main issue with it, unironically, is that the challenge is boring and time-consuming. What kind of... Let me look. What weapons do I actually need? That's 60, that's 60. That's not quite 60. I guess those are all fine. They're all above 40. Do I have anything that's, like, really bad? All of my... Oh, wait, no. I didn't click on Cycron. Okay, yeah, all of my secondaries are 60. I can't farm for any of these, but I'm just curious. I only have... Damn, most of my 10-night weapons are actually finished. I guess that would just leave it down to probably these 3, realistically. So I guess I'll look for a Tetra, Glaxion, or Plasmor.
Operator, now get out there and...
I will say as well, all the Ephemeras too, I think, come to think of it, there's one I don't have. I think it's the Impact one. I don't particularly care, though, to be honest. Normally, Zorus is the way to go for this. Lived up to the reality. I was going to say, I've never spoken with Nev personally, I just hear people talk about him all the time. We're going to see if I can just do this without Zorus, just once. Or was it that bad? I probably just missed it, to be honest. Or it might have gotten nuked from the chat. I realized I wasn't sorting correctly.
Accept your death, and you
I have the Kuva Impact. I have all the Kuva Lich ones. I think the only one I don't have is the Sister Impact one. Hello, good sir. He rocked my shit for real. Bring Mesa for Granum Void. She's probably the best for it. Ejaculating in your mouth. Oh, damn. Okay, that one's actually pretty good. That's a pretty creative one, I'll give you that. I was summoned. Oh, welcome, Nev. I was just talking about how I've never spoken to you, but I hear about you all the time.
Success. The captive is safely in our hands.
Who out here speaking my name? Where? Hold on. I heard the voices. There they are. Be free. So, of course, the Lich had it. Yeah, rough shit. Lurker check? Real and true. What should be our lurk? You know what? Here, this will be our lurker moment. If you've been lurking in chat, just hanging out, go ahead and type bucket to let me know that you're still here. Hunted like 12 ciphers, not a single one has an ephemera. I think the official odds are 1 in 5, so that's pretty bad luck, I'm not gonna lie. Thank you all for the buckets, I appreciate it. I need to be looking out for a hand. I've just kind of been like, I'm not all there at the moment, so I'm struggling to complete basic tasks. I haven't lurked, but I will. Fair enough. Isn't there one up here in the hallway? I took a hard landing. You're all allowed to laugh at me for that. That's pretty sad. Anyways, what's the requirement? I think it's 25, because I think you only have to get tier 1. Actually, what damage, or like... Oh, do they just not have any type matchup? That's actually kind of interesting. I just realized I loaded into this on Steel Path for no reason as well. I'm probably going to fail this now that I've come to that realization, but it's fine. I just wanted to see if I could do it. they used to have infested flesh. A lot of things I feel like used to have weird health type matchups. Like I think I mentioned it in an old weird and obscure stuff that yeah, I'm not doing this considering it's on the steel path. But considering the Dargon, I think it was, had cloned flesh, and it's just like, what the fuck? Cloned flesh Dargon. Spectre particles are unaffiliated? That is weird and or obscure. We'll put it that way. I don't know what Mirage's progenitor element is, and I don't care. I just have Zorus on my config for her, so I'm just going to equip her. Alright, round 2, but like normal this time. I think it's radiation. It's probably radiation. A lot of the progenitors just don't make sense, though. Like, Oberon is toxin, and that just pisses me off, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, we have to free another person if they're down here. Okay, no. They are canonically gone, so that's good. The game remembered. RNG god. Good, yeah, that is pretty solid luck. Congrats. Bucket Kid 369. True. Whenever I go out in public, I have to wear a bucket over my head so that my grotesque visage will not frighten the local townspeople. What would your progenitor element be? That's a good question, honestly. The real question is that limited to, like, progenitor elements that actually exist, or am I allowed to just make, like, can I make one up? What's your pregnant element be? Alright, I don't like where this conversation's going anymore. It's like that clip from Facade, it's like, you need to leave. That's how I'm feeling right now. Blast progenitor. Mine would be horny. I mean, that's true. Even though that's not a damage type in Warframe, you'd still pull it off. Freaks? Yeah, I'll have to get the thing again. Falling out for real. This is very invigorating Warframe gameplay. Nova Umbral Progenitor is gas. Considering the shit he's been sending me, which I'm assuming he's been sending you as well, Nev. Yeah, realistically would be true because I keep it real. Yeah, sometimes you gotta talk to a real one. Can I get my parents to start infighting? Holy shit. Guys, I finally figured it out. My parents' divorce wasn't my fault. It was a radiation hazard sortie. And I find it. There we go. Hydroid passive status effect. No, the Hydroid passive status effect I called wet, and I can assure you I'm not making anybody wet. That's not a thing that happens. Radiation sortie is wild. Look, I gotta have some coping mechanism, Nev. I gotta have some coping mechanism. It can't be my fault.
Candidate, you would be wise.
My house built like a Warframe dojo. My parents' bedroom was the fucking dueling chamber. Please have something I actually need. Nope, my envoy was 60%. Which led him falling out with his wife? Perhaps. You ever think that him, who would win the duel, though? That's a good question, actually.
Your crowns are safe in my grasp, oh father. Protect me.
Just gonna grab that real quick. I find it funny, like, a lot of the Incarnate adapters, you know, enhance the base form of the weapon, as well as give it a new form. The Furus Incarnate doesn't give a shit about regular Furus. It's just a gateway to the Incarnate mode. Zorus' heavy attack? I'll be honest with you, that's a pretty complex question. Because, yeah, I know Sonar, I think specifically if it's... Or no, yeah, because it's electric can just target body parts in general. But that's a specific enough scenario that I'll be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure. It's not a strategy I've ever utilized, I suppose. targets torsos always. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I was thinking, like, abilities and stuff target the torso, and AoE does as well. But I was like, specifically for Savage Silence, I wasn't sure if there was any stealth multiplier stuff with it. Because the only thing I've ever really used Savage Silence for is Ashe, the Ashe 4 strategy, which honestly isn't even necessary. Because, like, I feel like Ashe can honestly deal enough damage, you probably don't need it if you're at, like, regular Steel Path level, but... Heat heavy attack, real. The sister speed run, but the problem is I actually have to spawn a sister. Grim reality. This was the monster fucker convention. This is the cool kid chat. This is an all sorts of fucker convention, unfortunately. That's just kind of what happens. Molly, what do you want? My dog is
somebody vital
tweaking
to
out.
enemy operations is here. Find them and capture them.
Look, all I'm gonna say is in regards to Nova, just don't bring up Umbreon, and I think you'll be safe if you don't bring up Umbreon.
The gateway to Granon's Void is open. Hurry before it closes.
From like 2 years ago. Say, for this, someone specifically wanted to see how quickly I could complete one, just to get a general idea of how long it takes. I don't know if I have all the necessary Requiems, because I haven't engaged with the system in a long-ass time, to be honest with you. So... Yep. Like I said, don't mention Umbreon or Nova's gonna start tweaking. It's Umbreon, and then what, Renamon, I think, is the other one that Shiro warned me about. Yeah, Umbreon. Yep, there it is. Where's the fucking... I'll have to find it. Shiro sent me, like, the most damning screenshot of Nova about Umbreon I've ever seen in my fucking life. God, it's so funny. Anything with 4 legs, bruh. I mean, Renamon only has 2, so that one's a bit more normal. Let us see the evidence. I don't think it's meant to be shared publicly. It's in the blackmail folder, right? It's in the blackmail folder, which is just Shiro and I's DMs, because he sends me a lot of weird shit that Nova says. There was also when there was a time in Shiro's Discord where Shiro called on me for help because they were accusing Nova Umbral of being a furry. And I found a bunch of his chats in one of my streams where he was, like, meowing and, you know, for lack of a better term, tweaking out. And I'm sorry that I backstabbed you, Nova, but at the same time, I was there to report the truth. I did no such thing. I'm gonna have to locate those screenshots. Dude, what stream was it? Because that was when Nova Umbral joined us for Mirror Defense for a little bit, and we got the Nova Umbral lore. Also actually talk, so it's more understandable. I mean, you know, that's fair. And Steel Path. Yeah, the Steel Path Thumper that took us like 10 minutes. Good time.
Article reads have fallen off a cliff. Good work. Prepare to disentangle.
It's one of my pinned messages in my server. I mean, you know what? Fair enough.
Stay focused. There's a heavy
Defending Renamon. I'm pretty sure you're more of the product of a wolf fucker, considering the turkey lore. As in the country, not like the bird.
before they escape.
That's the yellow one, right? Okay, look, I'm not an expert in Digimon. Is there only one yellow one?
Candidate, your accomplishments are many. Now,
Perish.
prove yourself to
Diplos?
our
Nope, I
brother,
had that at a 60 as well.
Carlos Branham.
He just spawned in and immediately blew up. Well, bye, I guess. Working my way through.
Harvest Granon, your sacred tokens shall remain.
Ones with just 25. Just for the hell of it, honestly. I don't actually have a real reason to. That was stupid of me. Alright, yeah, I think Nova is officially tweaking out for real now. Digimon doesn't have Flareon. That's true.
Pleased with your performance.
Proteus systems, I guess. I think also there is technically like one Captura scene from the Granum Void I don't have, surprisingly enough, but it's not in the Zenith tier, so no point. Okay, yep, Nova Umbral has officially entered full furry form. We activated his like sleeper agent phase, so I'm sorry that I've unleashed that upon everyone, but the Orbital Cannon one, I don't remember which. It might be that one. I just wanted to say hi. Well, thanks for stopping by, Nev. Varuna is kind of like Renamon. I don't know. For a while and talk shit. I don't know if you mean talk shit as in, like, you know, talk about shit, or as in, like, you're gonna roast the fuck out of me. That sounds... I'm not sure if I should interpret that as a threat, to be perfectly honest with you, Nev. Give 5 times the head? That's not how it works. There is no prisoner down here.
We cannot let our target know we're here. Track them down quickly. Target located.
Also, you know, I'm not surprised that you know that, Nova, all things considered. Nova be out here like I'm not... I'm gonna be honest, there's probably more evidence in favor of Nova being a furry than there is for me. Can't even get 5 times the head. I didn't realize that we were allowed to have more than one.
Escorted to the extraction point. Well done.
Third batch of Protoframes will be. I guess that depends on if we get them. Never beating the allegations. It's funnier that way, unironically. That's why, if anyone remembers this, this was a long time ago now, it feels like. But it was when I did the 10K Kahoot stream, and the question, true or false, Cool Kid is a furry, appeared twice. And one time the answer was true, and the other time the answer was false. So just keeping the bit going is the most fun option for me. Like, there is a real answer to the question, I'm just not giving it. I might be too close to the exit for the sister candidate to spawn, but we'll give it a shot. My favorite Marvel superhero? I don't honestly know if I have one. Insane levels of beef? Fair enough. I don't know, I'm just out here giving my bad opinions about a over-decade-old video game. It's mid-season peak. No, he's bi. I mean, that is also true. It's like the classic I'm not gay, my boyfriend is, but... Where have I been pinged? Oh, just some... Okay. Sorry, I have a really bad habit of doing this, and you guys might notice when I stop moving on stream, it's because I do this a lot. If I receive a Discord ping or message, I compulsively feel like I have to look at it. And it's normally just like some random bullshit. This isn't some content creator server because I have them all in a folder, so I have no idea who's pinging me. But we'll take a look later. Was the Nova Umbrals we met along the way? That's true. Like I said, there's more evidence in favor of Nova Umbral being a furry than me. I just got another Discord ping. All right, I see how it is. I shouldn't have said anything about it. I see how it is. Now there's a third. Jarvis ping him. Oh, yep. So it begins. Has been exposed onto Shiro. All I did was say the word inflation in in context. It made perfect sense. What do you mean it's been exposed to Shiro? I won't be slandered like this. That's all I'm saying. Where the fuck are all the specters? Oh, there's some over here in the corner. The Steve for this guy's fursuit.
Wise Parvus, the low thief shall never know the
Hold on, I gotta. Discord is not letting me see. There it is. I was gonna say it was not letting me see Nev's message. Okay, there we go. We're good now. without actually messaging him. People...
Granum.
Oh, wow, she actually did spawn. Okay.
This next
Um,
handed it clean.
but
She has shed the
I'm
bond
losing my train of
I've
thought. I had a point, and I just it completely left my brain. God damn it. Tenet Sphere X. We'll get to the... the person who asked this is going to be, like, asleep by the time we get at this, where I'm actually going to start fighting. Yeah, on Discord, I remember my train of thought now. On Discord, I'm normally on Do Not Disturb, and that's purely because the Discord ping noise annoys me, and I don't want to deal with, like, turning it off on all my devices. Because there are some times I do go off D&D because I need to hear it for some, some reason, but normally I don't want to deal with it, so I just go D&D not to hear it. Hard hat upon you, welcome back. Also, a model kit. A model of what, if I can ask Grey R? To make her your friend? You see, that's true, but at the same time, I can't have a sister that's allied with me because I'm scared of women. I'm actually scared of everyone. It's called social anxiety, so I wouldn't make friends with a lich either. Double pump for you, bestie? What the... As in, like, Fortnite? Or as in what I know you actually mean?
You are here to find our target and bring them to the extraction point. Happy hunting.
Damn, it was worth a shot. Unless it's for the slave trade, right? I think I have a couple of them that I allied, kind of just to see how it worked. But, Gnaw Dog Weed, okay. Not the worst thing it could have been.
Granum's realm. It's already closing. If you want in, get moving.
Cool.
Free stranded Solaris with the Zorus and destroy Parvos' specters. You don't have long.
One of the Rotten TV that's coming out soon. I'm not entirely sure what you're referring to. Unless this is somehow another elaborate D's Nuts joke setup. I always have to remain on my guard whenever I live stream. I say, like, I'm really bad at it. I'm not gonna deny that, but... Sleeping at 7 a.m. already, I feel that. That's just me with my normal life, because my job normally has me working late. Not a Stugma or anything. Okay, I'm safe. Thank you for being so kind and charitable to me. Yeah, my goal is someone asked for me to do this. I don't even know if they're still here, but maybe they can watch the VOD if they're curious. What other games do you play? Quite a few. Most of the time that I'm not playing Warframe lately, like, I'm the kind of person where typically I'll either bounce between a few games or just, like, be really obsessed with one. I guess, for some examples, Hunt Showdown is a game that I enjoy, even though I generally don't like PvP games that much. I think that Hunt Showdown's sandbox is enough fun that I still find a lot of enjoyment in it. This is a game I do not recommend at all, but I've been playing a bit of the game Realm of the Mad God as well. Don't play it. I've never played a game that disrespects her time more than Realm, but at the same time, there are certain things about it that I find fun. It's just I'm fully willing to acknowledge the game fucking sucks. Nebulous is a game I've been playing, Nebulous Fleet Command. It's like a real-time strategy game where you, like, design fleets of spaceships and you fight with them. It's also a good time. Those are the three I can think of off the top of my head. The Zorus is right there. It's funny because, like, a lot of people, when the Sisters came out, were tweaking about how it was too hard, and it's just like, none of them realized that they could just use the Zorus, apparently. Also, thank you for sharing, Robin. Now I'm just... We're just gonna time out user. No, I'm just kidding. Unfortunately, if you time someone out on YouTube and the YouTube like chat, it deletes all of their messages up to that point, which is super cringe. It's a game he plays often enough. Like, I'm gonna say this, Realm of the Mad God is a game that has like a good core. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Tenet Detron. Never mind. Is it just Stronk? It's specifically Zorus has the mechanic where it can build up charges by destroying the ghosts. And then, once you destroy 3 ghosts, it gets like a bigger explosion that can also free the trapped Solaris to give you, I think it's back 15 seconds. So, it's very useful to have in that environment, both for prolonging the time and just for getting kills.
Sacred tokens shall remain secure from the
Give me that shit.
grasp of the idol.
That's silly. A lot of people, this is going to be shocking to hear with how good the Saurus is, lots of people dismantled it. I think Nitro was one of those people. You shouldn't even be allowed to dismantle Zorus, I'm going to be honest with you. The game should make fun of you if you try to dismantle Zorus. How does it disrespect your time? Let me give you an example. So Realm of the Mad God is two genres that should never be combined. It's an MMO, and it's also a roguelike, as in the game has permadeath. So you have a character with stats you need to level and items that you need to obtain. Some of them are very rare, and you can lose them all if you die. On top of that, so there is an item that drops from a dungeon, because the gameplay loop of Realm of the Mad God is you have the realm, which is like the open world area, and then you have dungeons, right? There is a dungeon called the Sprite World. It's fairly common, and it has a pretty good item called the Mace of the Celestial Forest, I think. Its drop chance is 1 in 50, so 2%. This is considered a good drop chance for a rare item in Realm of the Mad God. So it's like, yeah, a lot of items in this game are incredibly rare, and yet at the same time, you can lose them if you die. There are some things that, like, they've done over time to offset it, like they added a crafting system, and sometimes bosses will drop blueprints for certain items, so you can obtain them that way, by, like, dismantling items you don't want and things like that. But Realm is also, honestly, like, very difficult. Than Soulframe's armor drop chances. It's even crazier to me, because, like, not only does Realm of the Mad God... Sorry, I'm reorganizing my tab again. My last try as well. The thing is, I like the gameplay of Realm, but that mechanic just constantly just butts up against my desire to play it, honestly. That is supposed to be better. Way back in the day, I know that there was a lot of private servers because of a very infamous incident in Realm of the Mad God history. I'll have you all, you know, learn something about some shitty fucking pixel graphic game from 15 years ago real quick. So, Realm of the Mad God, for many, many years, most of its life actually, was on Flash Player, good old Adobe Flash. I just realized I haven't interacted with the hand because I got distracted talking about this. Anyways, so Adobe Flash was originally what Realm of the Mad God was on. And back during that era, there was a very infamous hack that happened where the source files of the game were leaked onto the internet by a guy named SWATSec. And not only did SWATSec leak the game files onto the internet, he also started killing people in the game's hub area, the Nexus, which is normally not possible. So there would be people who would load in, and they would encounter Oryx 2, who was up to that point the final boss of the game, in the Nexus, and he would kill them instantly as soon as they loaded into the game. Footage of this is honestly really fucking funny in hindsight, because it's just so bizarre. But because of those source file leaks, we had a lot of private servers that spawned from that at the time. But these days I don't know if they're that prevalent, because the game has been updated so much, you know, after that point. And on top of that, the game moved over to Unity with they released like a new version of it called the Realm of the Mad God Exalt that is made on Unity and is somehow still has certain bugs that were in the Flash version. Bucket Gaming, true. Also, that is creepypasta levels of fuckery, I completely agree. Oryx, yes. Oryx is, aside from being a Destiny reference, even though the game came out before Destiny, Oryx is the titular Mad God. In a different game. I'm not familiar with the first one. But with the, Realm is a very bizarre game for a lot of reasons, but I think that piece of its history is just really funny. I'm pretty sure SWATSec tried to sell the game's source code for an absurd amount of money, and then just nobody gave a shit, so we just dumped it and then fucked off. How's Nitro? He's currently asleep, so I guess that's the best answer I can give you at the moment. Any Metal Gear Solid games? I have not. If you find a way to turn this into a D's Nuts joke, I'm going to be impressed, but that's besides the point. And there was a bug with it? Huh, interesting. D2 mentioned kill. Oh yeah, I think I'm too close. I don't think I'm gonna get a sister candidate. Because I think they only spawn in unexplored rooms. Like a certain distance from the player. Yeah, I don't really give a shit. I'm sorry for the person who asked for this. I've been doing this for like 20 minutes. My Metal Gear Solid cock in your throat? There it is. There it is. For Garuda, you can't compete with Bayrat for his wife. Why are we sister hunting? Someone asked me to do one so they could see like what the process was like, and I completely I've been completely fucking that up because I only have 4 weapons, I think, 3 or 4 weapons that I can get from a sister that I don't have maxed. Also, what time is it right now? For me, it is 4:10 a.m. But yeah, I guess on the topic of Realm of the Mad God, gameplay is fun, permadeath mechanic is AIDS. I unironically do not recommend it. There was a hand right here. What the fuck am I doing?
Expedition to Graham's Void has been initiated. Seconds remain until
You keep the tag to attack others? Oh god.
Either Azorius if it's equipped. Spectre particle spillover imminent. Thin the specters and save any Solaris.
All of this for the 24.9%. True. That reminds me, just speaking of weird PvP exploits like that, is anyone here familiar with the guy who won a tournament, like a PvP tournament for RuneScape by eating fish? Like, the way it worked, RuneScape's PvP at the time, from what I understand, because I've never really been into RuneScape myself, but I watched a video about this subject. It was basically like the OG Battle Royale, where you had to like scavenge for gear, and there was a, you know, a radius that closed in on the players of fog that dealt damage to them. And apparently some guy's strategy for completing this was that he just stood in the fog and kept eating fish he had gathered for the entire, like, runtime, so he could keep healing, and he actually won. They actually originally, from what I remember, like, refused to give him his reward, and it took a lot of strong-arming from the community for the devs to give him what he deserved. Theon hard carry? True. Because, like, dude, I love stuff like that, though, when you have, like, an officially sanctioned tournament in a game, and then the developers just find out how fucked the game is. Like, does anyone here play the game For Honor and remember For Honor's first ever, like, PvP tournament? I just downed her when she cloaked, didn't I? Oh, okay, no, she's not down. Planks? Mother of God. Because he did technically win? Yeah, okay, that's right. I haven't watched the video in long enough. I couldn't remember the exact details of it. But when For Honor had its first tournament, it was full of so much bullshit that was like really hurting the game at a competitive level, like unlock tech and a bunch of nonsense. And the guy who won, I shit you not, the game's lead designer looked him dead in the eyes as he handed him the trophy and said, "Maybe you need to change your playstyle." And it's just like, oh my god. Based, but also that should be a big wake-up call moment of like, oh god, the game is really in a bad state if that's happening. That shit was so funny, though. For Honor is another game that I used to play, but as the Night Assassin character. It's weird, too, because Peacekeeper on launch was considered the best character in the game by a wide margin. Because she had a lot of weird shit that was the rest of the cast didn't have. Now I'm pretty sure she's considered the worst character in the entire game. And it's funny, too, because Peacekeeper, like, just to kind of explain this for people who don't know what For Honor is a medieval fighting game. It's a 3D fighting game, and in very simple terms, you have 3 different directions that you can attack or block from. You have left, right, and top. So the problem for Peacekeeper in the modern state of the game is that in For Honor, generally speaking, most characters have what would be called an opener, which is an attack that they can get in with that's unreactable, so you have to read it. You can't just react to it. So, like, lots of characters have bashes where, like, they'll, you know, punch you or something that'll open you up for a follow-up attack or something like that. Peacekeeper does not have an opener. The only attack that she has that can get in damage for her is an attack that always comes from the same direction, so people can leave their guard in that direction and just never be threatened by her. Because if you know how Peacekeeper works, it is literally impossible for her to damage you if you're turtling well enough. And so Ubisoft was like, you know, this is a problem. We need to find a way to give Peacekeeper an opener. And it's like, okay, cool, good idea, Ubisoft. What do you guys think we should do? And they're like, okay, we're going to give Peacekeeper a bash. And the community was generally like, you know, we shouldn't give Peacekeeper a bash. That kind of hurts her identity, and the game is full of bashes. So Ubisoft was like, okay, new idea. We're going to speed up her zone attack, which is the move that is her only opener that doesn't work if they block it. We're going to speed it up by 33 milliseconds. And it's like, what the fuck? So that was interesting. It's sad, too, because Peacekeeper is actually the character I play the most, because I think her whole vibe is really cool. But goddamn, she struggles in the modern game a lot. I don't care because I think she's awesome, and that's still who I would normally play whenever I would boot up the game, but I haven't played For Honor in quite a while. With my clan. Oh, okay, I got invited to the Preludes personally, like, back during the first round, because I signed up right when it was available with TennoCon, but Ubisoft or something else, damn. You could say that. $2? Holy shit, no fucking way. If gooning was minus on block. I don't think we ever did. I also want to say as well, or get abused until they are patched, pretty much. And then you have, like, I'm not sure if you've seen, Pirate is getting nerfed again, and, like, damn, dude, I know that Pirate was a scourge on the game when she was new, and for quite a while after, but does she really deserve this? Pirate was a character I actually enjoyed playing, but stopped because I felt morally opposed to it, because she was so overpowered on release. It's like, do you want to be stuck in a 50-50 mix-up the entire time you're fighting a character with no way to stop them? I hope so, because that's what's happening. Is there a Turkish character in For Honor? I don't think so. Are you still playing For Honor infrequently? I haven't... Who was the last character? I think the last time I played was when the VG got added. What is it? The Grangian Guard or whatever the fuck her name is. I played a bit when she got added just to try her out, but I haven't played since. For Honor's balance is also just not fantastic in general, unfortunately. But I will say this as well. So this is going to be a weird side tangent, but I swear it's going to make sense. When I made the... Also, why did this switch into an Exterminate? Fuck you. You guys think she's finally going to give me a weapon that I actually need? It was what? Tetra, Glaxian, and something else. I don't remember. Flux Rifle, I think it was? Who fucking knows? Tetra. I know that's one of them. But... And I just die? Grim. Plinks? I think my Plinks was maxed. Plasmor? I think that's right. I think it was my Plasmor now that you say it. But something that I encountered a lot with the Overguard videos, both of them, is a lot of people were like... Because obviously the videos are titled DE Doesn't Understand Overguard. And so a lot of people were like, the developers made the game, so I think they'd understand what Overguard does. And those kind of comments annoy me for two reasons. The first one is that it's purely semantics, right? Like, the point of the video is to argue that they don't remember the design purpose of Overguard. They understand how the mechanic works on a fundamental level that should be bleedingly obvious to anyone. That's not the argument I'm making, that they don't understand the actual mechanics of their game. I just feel like they've lost sight of what problem they were meant to solve, I guess. The other thing, though, is that I'm like, if you really think a developer is incapable of not understanding their own game, genuinely just look at Ubisoft. Both For Honor and Rainbow Six Siege are travesties because their development teams are genuinely incompetent. And I know that sounds really condescending of me to say, but, like, look at Ubisoft's history of balancing their games. It's horrible. I genuinely feel like the people who make the game just want to make it as far from what makes players enjoy it as possible. It's ridiculous.
I'm back. You're part of me now.
She has great hair! Oh my god. My sister has pronouns. You're what? Okay, I'm really uncomfortable now. or middle upper management. I think, honestly, it is the development teams, because a lot of balance changes they make no fucking sense. I think, yeah. My game hitched really bad there for a second. What is this goofy-ass fit? 30%.
But you have broken my faith in you.
Fear of children. Huh. Said I don't have that many requiems because I don't do interact with this system terribly often.
Excellent armaments, operator.
He would not be woke. True.
Covered in blood. Safe and sound.
Yeah, I'll take Lavos for this. I think. Okay, I'm going to be back briefly, so give me a moment to yeah, I'll put the slideshow back on for you all real quick. I'll put the slideshow back on for you all real quick. I'll be back in like a minute.
If lost upon the plains outside Cetus, you may
Okay, I'm
derive
back.
sustenance
See,
from
I
mineral
told you it
and
wouldn't be that long.
termite which the
Anyways,
Austrons call
so
equal
sorry,
dye.
my
You may also never form a
dumbass,
contact again, but at least
fucking
you know
old ass dog. She's at this point, I'm reasonably certain she's fully blind, and she likes to just find herself stuck because she'll walk into precarious areas. So I have to go rescue her on occasion. I planned your downfall. You know, it was about time. The slideshow froze. Oh, shit, I forgot. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So, the slideshow froze. The slideshow froze because it's a weird thing, right? Weird thing. The slideshow doesn't stop playing. So it's actually over. And then, yeah, I hit the replay and it goes back to the start. I totally forgot about that. Okay, so it's on to beating up my sister. I typically try to target, like, exterminates and stuff like that. That's a cool Lavos helm. Yeah, it comes from a Tennogen skin called Yersin, and it's one of my favorite Tennogens in the entire game.
Eliminate all Corpus threats.
Perish. The game with butt plug support? Yeah, that's the whole reason to play it. I don't know when Ultra Kill got brought up, but, you know. That's why I play Ultra Kill, that's for sure. Familial violence? Yeah, I remember one time I was in a Discord call with Nitro and my brother Hunter. Hunter doesn't play Warframe, and it was right after Sisters of Parvos had come out. So I was just like, I think I said something to the effect of like, I need to kill my sister, but her dog keeps beating my ass. And Nitro understood what I was saying. Hunter was like, what the fuck are you talking about? The Radiant Gyatterman? Jesus Christ. Cool kid. Oh god. I'm just gonna see how many of I can kill with the disc. There we go. My sister and her boyfriend and the dog. Oh god, no. They just bombed my dog one last time for that joke. Oberon was the grassy knoll. That probably was why it was grassy.
Corpus walkers are heading to your location.
White woman moment. She got that dog in her mouth. What? Okay, sorry. My dog is continuing to be a nuisance. I can't blame Molly because she is like 4 years older than her life expectancy was. But damn, my dog is a bit of an idiot. Oberon not being a rad progenitor, it will always baffle me that he's Toxin. What is a dog? That's a good question. Huh. I thought that the fog effect was like the skybox leaking into the wider map. is weird. Honestly, okay, here's what they should have done if you ask me. Lavos should have given you any element at random. That's what they should have done. His progenitor should have just been a random element to keep with this theme. Or what? Yeah, pretty much. Some of them just don't go where they, or aren't where they should be. Very strange. Anything but impact. That's true. Dogs are gentrified wolves. I guess you could put it that way. Should also give you a random element. That could also be funny. Void progenitor. I think I only got 2 dogs. I must have just done the mission too fast. Unless one wants to show up in the final room. Do Kome and Sight have? I've never bothered generating one with Kome. Oh, he was feeling like being nice. Molly. Dog. I don't know why. My dog has this weird obsession with trying to crawl behind my computer.
You do bad.
Molly, you don't need to be back there.
The
You fucking idiot. What the dog doing? Trying to breach containment is what she's trying to do. Same with my cat. Yeah, like Molly... So my computer is in like the way my desk is built. I think I've shown a picture of this on stream before, but there's a little area off to the side that my computer is on. And she just tries to crawl behind it. And it's weird, too, because, like, underneath my desk, she can still feel, like, the heat of the ventilation on the other side of it, which is she lays there very often because of that. So I don't know why she feels the desire to worm her way into that confined space on the other side between the desk and the wall. I think she's just built wrong. That's the term I'd use. Just stops working. I almost always play this game solo, so I haven't noticed anything as a client.
Your job is to distract the enemy while
Incorrectly, yeah, perhaps.
the ship for much needed supplies.
About Containment Breach yesterday? Damn. Containment Breach is honestly one of those games that I feel like doesn't get enough credit.
Life support has been cut off. They're trying to choke you out.
Like,
Hold on.
Spike? Oh yeah, fair enough.
Auxiliary life support.
But Containment Breach was such a big game for its time, even if I feel like they're... Okay, I'm sorry. The fucking green hair is actually throwing me for a loop every time she appears. It's so jarring. Anyways, that is really good luck. Having her show up this early... Right. But that's really good luck to have her show up this early. Jacksepticeye, sister.
Like the void itself is looking back at me and saying, I come for you in time. I come for you and take you into the nothing so that you become nothing and I... Ah!
She's tweaking.
Rage is fire, and that fire is gonna take you. You brute! You monster!
Oh my, I thought she said you fruit, and I was like, what? I don't know why I heard that. I was like, why did you just call... I mean, she's not wrong, but what the fuck? I was like, how the fuck does she know? Also, Idan was correct when he made the assertion of me using Ull in my first slot to get a second dog. Minor optimization. Where did it go? Okay, well, the optimization no longer applies because it fucking died. Sisters have a gay detector? Yeah, gaydar. Well, I don't know where her dog went, but I guess that makes the strategy moot. Never mind. It's so jarring to you. It dies when you down the sister? Yeah, that makes sense. I genuinely haven't dealt with a sister in like 6 months. More gay by the minute? I mean, that's true. Is a real line in Warframe. There are a lot of things that you would think are fake lines in this game that are real. God damn it, Idan. I thought that you would only say that to your abusive relationship, you know, spouse, Carmen from, what is it, Reno or whatever the fuck. I've only absorbed these things through osmosis. I have no idea what any of it actually means. Keep them separate. Damn. Carmen, yep, there it is, there it is. A sleeper activation phrase for Idan. That's an interesting sister name, Blueprint. Freaks, yep, there it is. We do not wife Carmen. I'm gonna say this, I have no idea about any Project Moon anything aside from what my friends tell me. So my entire perception of the game is like really skewed because I have no clue what they're ever talking about. Just a week and 3 days away, we're getting there. Never kill yourself. The next Warframe update is always around the corner. Just for the funny, that would go hard. Understood biological birth giver. You know, whatever. I'm just not even gonna. I'm not even gonna engage with that beyond reading it. Anytime Project Moon is referenced, it honestly is like a lot of communities are like this. I feel like Ultra Kill's community is like that too, dude. Minor side tangent. When I first got into Ultra Kill, it was right after Greed came out. My brother thought that I might like the game, and he was correct. So, like, when I first got into Ultra Kill, the game was much more on the down low. But after the release of Act 2, especially as the game's community blew up, the game, like, Ultra Kill's community, I'm sorry, it's so fucking annoying nowadays. Like, there are some really insanely talented people in Ultra Kill's community, from content creators to artists especially, and stuff like that. The amount of like fan-made content and music and all that stuff is really cool, but they're like 20% of the community, and the other 80% will just post the "Is that Minos Prime" image in your Twitter replies, and that's the only joke they know. And it's just like, damn, dude, this game's community used to be hilarious, but now it's really not. It's like Devil May Cry's community. That community, I think, was like somehow remained hilarious as those games were still actually relevant. The funny got exhausted. Yeah, pretty much. Couldn't stand the community. That's totally like, dude, I think I mentioned this on my last stream. It is hard for me to confess that I actually enjoy Undertale, like, a lot. Undertale is a fantastic game. The problem is, if you say that you like Undertale, people are going to immediately associate that with Undertale's fucking psychotic community. Did you know Hakita is trans? I'm not sure if this is the setup for a joke or something that I'm supposed to interpret seriously. I'm going to just go with no. Without running out of life support. Necros is probably the best option to avoid that. He's just a twink. I saw someone posted on Reddit that someone made Hakita for Sona, so that was interesting. But what was this ping for earlier? Oh, I was pinged in Shiro's server. Did I even have a Yahoo? I don't remember. Yeah, as in like, yeah, Yahoo was in like the email address.
You get away from that.
Shut up, bitch. I don't. Well, that's rough. Is not as prevalent. I'm not entirely sure. The spawns there are inconsistent in general. Thanks to that community. I will say this. Undertale is a very peculiar game, but at the same time, it is a very good one, and I do honestly recommend it. You just have to cope with its community's existence. I don't have enough for a transmute rip. Please stop calling my mom gay. Demand a donation? Real and true. Well, the sister speedrun is going to, actually, it's not worth doing if I don't have it. What's the current? There's an exterminate. That's non-steel path, though. Assault? Okay, yeah, I guess my best option, unironically, probably is just the exterminate. I think I used up most of my void traces recently, though. Oh no, okay, I've actually got way more than I thought. Is coming out this year? No. I'm not even a fan of Hollow Knight. I'm just convinced it's not happening in general at this point because it makes people tweak the fuck out way better than Undertale's. I think it's because a lot of the, how do I put this? Like, a lot of people who are into Deltarune, I feel like have been I just infused Magnetic. Anyways, like, a lot of the people that are in the Deltarune community, I feel like are just generally a lot older. I don't really know how else to put it. Deltarune is another great game, but it's not even close to finished, so you have to cope with that, but is that normal? The gameplay of Undertale is relatively boring. I think that if you're going into it for the gameplay, you're probably not going to enjoy it that much outside of like a few boss fights that do try to be genuinely difficult. But a lot of it is more of like the experience of it from in terms of like the music and the environments and the narrative. That's the thing that makes Undertale a special game for most people. Time to make fish fear me. I hope you catch many fish, Blueprint. Thanks for stopping by. Which makes it nicer. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. Undertale is also just a community that in general just has like some of the most bizarre fandom drama I've ever seen. Where the neurotypicals win. I mean, we need true American patriots to fact check this claim. The piss and shit theory, true. Explain. There was this one video I watched that was like 2 hours long about a Undertale AU fan series called Glitch Tale and why it was quote-unquote objectively terrible. And, like, I don't really give a shit, honestly, about the topic. I just thought it was really weird. There's something that I've seen a lot in certain communities, but it's a lot of times people will conflate bad art with the artist being a bad person, and it really bothers me. Like, okay, this is a rabbit hole internet. Why do you keep coming back? Okay. Yeah, fuck off, bitch. So, like I said, this is a rabbit hole in and of itself. Has anyone here ever seen the Lily Orchard video about Steven Universe? I know that, like, there are probably people in my chat who heard the name Lily Orchard and, like, felt a physical reaction. And I'm sorry if that's you and you know anything more about Lily Orchard than what I'm about to say. But her video on Steven Universe, I actually watched it way back when. And I didn't know anything about Steven Universe, and even I still thought this was weird. She spends like half of the video critiquing the show, and a lot of her critiques, as far as I understand now, were really bullshit and not fair. But the other half of the video, she spends like attacking Rebecca Sugar as a person and calling her like a Nazi sympathizer and a bunch of crazy shit. And it's just like, Lily, what the fuck does this have to do with the show?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Some heinous shit to her own sister? Yes, and there's a lot of proof for it too. I am not, like, off the top of my head, I'm not educated enough on it to tell you to, you know, all of it myself. But there is a June the King video that I highly recommend. I actually listened to it when I was flying out to Nitro one time. And that was the kind of thing where, like, even though I had earbuds in on the plane, I could, like, the secondhand worry that they were going to die, and then people would hear what I was listening was crazy. Because Lily Orchard is a fucking psycho. Someone made a bad piece of art, they're terrible in other areas. And that's the thing, too, is, like, separating the art from the artist. Why that kind of phrase exists. And I feel like this is a phrase that has lost its meaning over time. Or, I guess, had its meaning warped. But separating the art from the artist means that even if a piece of art is bad, that doesn't make the person bad. And then you had Kanye West tweaking the fuck out on Twitter, and people were like, I separate the art from the artist, and I still need to listen to Kanye's music. I just can't accept that he's a, you know, a fucking nut. And that's not what it's originally for, right? The original phrase was more, if you're going to critique a piece of art, keep it to the art. But then, you know, Kanye made a lot of people decide the definition was different. Anyways, the point I'm trying to make here is, if you're going to go after the person that made something, I think you need to have a really valid reason for that, and Lily's reasons were not valid. Which tweak out are you referring to? All of them collectively. You can't ignore the bad stuff anymore? Yeah, I agree with that.
Well executed.
Oh, first try? W. You will die. Look, all I know is that the official Wikipedia page of racial slurs lists the word taco head because it was said by Willem Dafoe in a movie. That's the actual cited reason. Married to a dude? I have no idea. I haven't kept up on Christery that much in the last few years. That's racially charged. Take it up with Willem Dafoe, dude. He invented it. It's really his fault. Also, yeah, the thing with Hakita, I'm gonna be honest with you all, I think Hakita's crash out on Twitter makes sense. Like, imagine you're putting this much effort into something like Ultra Kill and all of this, like, symbolism and sort of, like, almost like ephemeral storytelling, and then people just, hit you with the V1 has a room because I have no reading comprehension skills, and it, like, the guy who made the original video, it was a meme, but the Ultra Kill community is full of idiots who thought he was being serious. And I'm gonna be honest, like, I'd tweak the fuck out too. I'd tweak the fuck out too if that happened. Like, yeah, Hikita probably shouldn't have, like, handled it the way he did at first, which he'll tell you that. He decided to, like, wipe the tweet, you know, the Twitter thread that he made and make a more composed one. But it's just, like, I'd tweak the fuck out, too. I'm gonna slot that in here.
Well put together, operator. Now get
The guy took down the video, too. I guess I wasn't familiar with that part, to be honest with you. When's the Bucket Prime stream coming? That'll be the sequel. And why does V1 men stain? I know that was an unintentional typo, but that just made it funnier. Better for corrosive. 2 regular greens is 100% armor strip on corrosive at 14 stacks, but 1 Tau Forged is a 98% armor strip at 3 stacks. So it's not full armor removal, but after the armor changes in Jade Shadows, you generally don't need to remove all of something's armor because it caps at 90%. You didn't react that way. At the same time, though, like, none of those comments really blew up, right? Like, that for Hakita blew the fuck up. It was a really big thing in the Ultra Kill community for, like, a day. Like, oh, I've had a lot of stupid, inane comments on my video that I'm convinced were made by people whose parents are siblings and that breathe through their mouths. But, I'm sorry, that was really mean. But regardless, I've had some pretty fucking stupid comments on my videos, but none of them blew up and became viral memes. Rare Hakita L. And, you know, that's completely fair. Misinformation video is unchanged. Grim. What did you want to be as a kid? I'm going with... I think, like, when I grow up, I want to be... that's a difficult question, actually. I can tell you for sure what I want to have happen when I die. When I die, I want I want my body to be sold to the military, and I want to be blown up in a blast test. That's what I want to have happen when I die. What I want to be when I grow up, that's a difficult question. Even as a kid, I don't think I ever really thought about it. People who don't understand just don't get the vision. They just don't get the vision. I will serve a greater purpose in death than I did in life. I will be blown up in a blast test. Fursuit maker? God bless Lockheed Martin. Have you guys seen that one post on the R-Raytheon subreddit where a guy said that his supervisor at Raytheon told him to kill himself, and when he told HR, they laughed at him? It's like, damn. I can't read. Grim. Sevagoth death animation. There was a particular, like, on the topic of, like, what do I want to be when I grow up, I had a particular joke I would quote with my friends about this subject, but it is just completely evading me right now, which is really unfortunate, because I remember it being fairly funny. When I grow up, yeah, fair enough, sir. Me either. I'm currently studying to be a network engineer. I think I talked about this on a previous stream, though my progress is very slow because I've just been busy with enough stuff that I haven't really had the motivation to go at it as hard as I need to. But I think, like, if I got to pick any profession, I'd probably go with crisis actor or medieval soothsayer. I think those would both be cool professions, personally, but... Why did the little child say that? What's your favorite networking protocol? Well, that entirely depends, right? That's a pretty broad subject. You have a lot of different protocols for a lot of different things. Damn, that's kind of difficult. I'm going with ARP, I think. I'm going with ARP. Address Resolution Protocol. Mostly because ARP has one of my favorite, like, exploits of something, like, in networking, because I think it's so funny. So, just for reference, people who don't understand computers, we're going to get a little bit nerdy for a second. So, when a device connects to another device, it needs to determine information about that device to actually send things to it. Like, say my computer wants to talk to another computer, and it knows some information about it, like, you know, what computer it needs information, or, like, what information it's looking for, but it needs to find the address of the computer, like the hardware address, if it's in a LAN or something. There is a protocol called ARP, Address Resolution Protocol, to determine that information. So, like, my computer would send out, like, an ARP request, and then the device I'm looking for sends back an ARP reply saying, hey, I'm the device you're looking for. So there is this thing that happens with ARP, or a thing that can happen, is there's this really stupid attack that people would do. It's called a gratuitous ARP reply, where they would hook up a device that would just randomly be like, hey, by the way, I'm your router. And so devices would just be like, oh yeah, like, I'm the default gateway, with no request. They would just receive a random reply. And obviously the solution to this is just to tell devices to not, listen to ARP requests or replies that they didn't request. But I think that attack is so fucking funny, because it's so stupid to me. All I get is UDP with no reply. That's fucked up. Remember, everyone, fish is USB. Connects to your mouth. I don't think anything happens when your dick connects to my mouth, other than maybe I'd bite it off. Such crazy hair. I don't know. She has green hair and pronouns. Isn't that a pretty serious flaw? With, like, the ARP system, I mean, we defeated it fairly easily by just making it so devices didn't listen to gratuitous replies. I just think it's really funny that it happened. It's really interesting, though, learning about networking, with, like, all the different things that were put in place that created problems that necessitated new solutions. It's from before safety regulations were created. You can still do that if you don't care about OSHA.
About as long as a moth in a candle factory. Yes, I do.
What are your pronoun? What the fuck? I mean, I say my name, Cool Kid. That's how you pronounce it. Castration method? Real. Isn't that a really serious flaw, though? Real and true. Remember, everyone, there are no pronouns in the Bible. Anyways, one of the main things that, like, I feel like learning about is really interesting is... I don't know how to even explain this in a way that makes sense to people who would have no idea about any of this. But, okay, anyone else here who knows about networking will know what I'm talking about, hopefully. Spanning tree protocol. In kind of a nutshell, spanning tree is a protocol that is used so that in a... Okay, this is going to require, like, a lot of explanation. So, hopefully a lot of you are familiar with what a LAN is. A LAN, or local area network, is just devices that are in what's called a broadcast domain. So, for example, all the devices, like if you have your router, and say you have, like, your Xbox and your computer and, like, a smart TV plugged into the router or something like that, those are all in the same broadcast domain. What that means is that if a computer needs information and they don't know where to get it, they can send out a broadcast packet which goes to everyone in the broadcast domain. So, the thing is, when you have networking equipment, we encountered a problem, essentially. That is, if you have a switch, so a switch is basically, you can plug a bunch of different, like, end hosts into it. So, like, a switch has a bunch of Ethernet ports, you can plug, like, a bunch of computers into it or something like that. So, you've got a switch, And when a switch receives a broadcast packet, it will send it out of all of the ports that it has, other than the one it received it on. So the problem is if you have multiple switches, and they are doing that, like say you have 3 switches, and they are sending that packet out of all the ports, or that frame, rather, out of all ports except the one they received it on, they would loop. And what would happen is, as they would repeatedly loop the broadcast frames, they would start to clog up, and eventually they would basically shut down the network because it would get too congested. So we ended up coming up with a solution called Spanning Tree Protocol, which is a way for things to kind of dynamically learn about... How do I explain this in a way that makes sense? Essentially, they'll pick one switch, and that switch is what's called the root bridge. It's basically the boss, and then every other switch that connects to it will kind of negotiate between themselves and information about other switches what ports need to be disabled so that they won't receive broadcast messages. So Spanning Tree is interesting because the original iteration of it kind of sucked and caused a bunch of problems. Like if, for example, you wanted to have multiple like Ethernet ports communicating with like between different switches, that didn't work because they would just shut each other off. So, and then there's also just a bunch of other, like if a change in your network topology happened, it would take Spanning Tree almost an entire minute to realize that it had happened. Just a bunch of other stupid shit. We've since kind of fixed that with Rapid Spanning Tree Protocol, but... and other slave device. I mean, not necessarily. I know most people in chat are probably just like checked out of this conversation, but so here's how it works in more detail. Say we have 3 switches. Using a bunch of different factors, the main one is a thing called bridge priority. One switch will be elected to be the root bridge. All switches that connect, or all of the ports on the root bridge are always on. Other switches will then negotiate, based on information from the root bridge, what ports need to be in a forwarding state where they'll send information, and which ports need to be in a blocking state so they'll not receive information, so that things don't loop. So it's more of like a... And then Rapid Spanning Tree is different because it realized that system was kind of stupid, and having one root bridge, or like having a only one device that communicated the topology to everyone else was slow. But the grape flavored purple one is my favorite. True. What even started this conversation? I don't remember. I think it's clear enough that enough of my chat is like having their brains melted by this that I think I'm just gonna leave it at that. But Spanning Tree is interesting. It caused a lot of problems. That's why we had to make things like Ether Channel and eventually Rapid Spanning Tree and Multi-Spanning Tree and other stuff. But explain it like water in buckets? I don't think that would be possible. Talk about crayon flavors? I think it's my chat's protest of me talking about these kind of things. Oh yeah, it was the networking protocol thing. Fair enough. Spanning Tree Protocol is also a good one, but also just partially because it's kind of stupid, but in ways that I think are funny. Explain it like Barrow and Ducats. I'm gonna be like Pirate Software. I'm going to grab my my MS Paint, and you guys are gonna have to learn that way. So I'm sorry in advance. What if we replace networking with buckets? Well, then it wouldn't work. But I like your train of thought. What's your bench PR? Like my bench press? Explain it in ultra kill terms? How the fuck would I do that?
If the wardens detect you, they will surely initiate the execution sequence. Bypass complete. You may
Pushing
proceed.
this button just for the hell of it. Is this vent open? It is. Wait, no, it is not. Damn. I'm just walking through. I don't give a shit. Fuck it, I don't care.
The hostage is almost out of time.
Just say coin flip every 3rd sentence. That's true.
Our hostage is in one of these cells.
Explain it in Barks. I think Robin might be able to. Robin, can you explain anything you're passionate about in Barks? You did say you were a puppy girl earlier. If she's still here, I'm not entirely sure. I feel like things are like peaceful enough when she's not here that I normally notice. What the fuck are you talking about, woman? This is the darkest timeline. Don't worry, I'll start blaming other people and lying about EVE Online shortly. They took my... The dog took my Atomos. Oh no, I gave it to her. I was like, what the fuck? I didn't think he had that ability. Give me that back, bitch. Alright, yep, Robin is still here. Have you worked at Blizzard for 5 years? No. Just lurking? Fair enough.
I am good at many talents, so
I'm
opposing
not,
me
but, you
is a
know, that makes
simple,
one of us, I
stupid,
guess.
dirt-headed mistake.
That explains... No, I do not play EVE Online.
Than you ever would.
Starting a fever dream in the middle. I have never worked for a video game development company, period. I've spent the last 4 years of my career working the same relatively low-level IT job. That's why I'm learning networking, so I can, you know, maybe do something with my life. How to build a pipeline, part 1. You know, I wouldn't put it past Robin to actually know that information. He worked at Volver Digital for 9 years. Look, if to become Pirate Software, I have to start making a game, raise enough money to make it, and then stop developing it.
You are here to distract family. Trigger the alarm.
As a job? No. That's actually a funny thing, though. I have a coworker. He's much better versed in this stuff than I am, and for a very funny reason. My coworker is overqualified as fuck for our job, to be honest with you. But so my coworker is really good with networking and cybersecurity stuff because, I shit you not, as a kid, his parents never paid for the internet, so it was constantly getting shut off. So what he'd do is he'd go to the public library and he would research how to break into people's Wi-Fi because he never had internet. So he learned about, like, Kali Linux and Aircrack and stuff like that and started breaking into his neighbor's Wi-Fi because he had no other choice. And that was the start of his journey in that, like, in that field.
Oh my. You just worked her right over, didn't you?
Yahoo is second. Okay, cool. I could wait for the second dog, but I don't give enough of a shit, honestly. Die. 1 in 6 chance? Damn.
There you are.
I guess it would still be 1 in 7. No, it would be 1 in... I'm having a moment. Yeah, I don't technically know, so yeah, it would be 1 in 7.
Is in order.
Budding criminal, great story. Why aren't you that cool? I actually have done some stuff with cybersecurity, but I'm not that cool, unfortunately. I'm not gonna deny that.
Thank you.
1 in 8 billion chance. True. Mogged.
Your life. For welcoming me.
Torch the dog! Fucking burn it to the ground!
I've delivered a
When's the mold video? Huh?
Activating it will buy you more time.
I don't actually need to complete this mission if my sister's leveled up. So, you know what? Actually, yeah, fuck it. I'm just gonna leave. It's pretty funny. The most I've ever gotten in one go is 2. DE doesn't understand mold.
I don't like people who put their sticky little tickle sticks.
Why do you keep
where they
using the
haven't
term
been
tickle
invited.
sticks? I don't like that. It makes me feel very uncomfortable. Oh, did it not keep the progress? Did they actually change that? Damn. I might have been sharked, unfortunately. Used to be that if you left a mission, you kept the Requiem progress. I don't think it did. They did? Damn. Well, live and learn. Femcell sister. Months ago. Like I said, I haven't played this content in a long time. I'm gonna be honest with you all, I don't really like adversaries that much. I find their content just, I don't know, like, it's so repetitive that I get burnt out on it very easily.
On a massive scale. Operator, you certainly have an eye for strategic targets. Ordis has marked key infrastructure for demolition.
To Little Meat, maybe. Also regret not subbing to this channel sooner. I'm gonna be honest, I'm surprised that that's the case. Typically people regret subbing to this channel, and I think that's a lot more reasonable. Or a Little Meat son. Fucking hell. God, that reminds me. There was a time, people here might know the game Content Warning. It was kind of like a Lethal Company-like, that was pretty popular for like a month. Personally, I was never a big fan of Lethal Company. Content Warning was fun as fuck. And the point is you're making like a horror YouTube video with your friends. And so, when I was playing Content Warning with Nitro, Rosie, and one of Rose's friends, and the entire point was we were trying to ask the monsters gay son or thought daughter, and that shit was hilarious.
It would be a shame if something happened to them.
Is also hell, indeed. What do you think of Tech Rot Encore so far? It looks like a great update, but I can't say anything definitive until we play it. It was so fun. Yeah, especially I remember with, when we were playing, and it was, Mem was fucking... I felt bad because I could tell they were genuinely terrified, but they were trying to like stammer out the question as this big monster was walking towards us, and I was just filming it. Like, oh wow, look, we got a new candidate. Destiny son or Warframe daughter, child neglect. Even more broken. I honestly, like, I don't know. With the exalted weapon change, I think they'll generally be alright or, like, good for the game, but it is a little sad to me. I feel like some of the weapons are going to kind of lose their identity because they're going to become fucking influence slop. Primarily Exalted Blade and Iron Staff. Or Undertale Drama Daughter? Oh god. Child neglect.
Now, turn your attention to the reactor core. Locate the console and initiate the overdrive sequence.
With a 10+ pool. I honestly hope that at some point they decide to, like, take the token system that comes from the Liches and Tekrod Encore and just make that how it works for everyone, just to get rid of that layer of RNG.
This will take a few moments. Do not allow Alan's personnel to reverse the sequence.
First Descendant non-binary child. Exalted only arcanes. That could be cool, but I doubt they'd ever do it, honestly. To influence. Here's the thing, too. Sun or Sun? True. Because, like, with melee influence, you can just not use it. The unfortunate reality is that it's not nearly as good without it. Rolls over the gas city. Who calls Alad V Space Hitler? I don't think I've heard that one before. Greg Tech jump scare? Holy shit. You has the stronger genes. I can assure you it's definitely not going to be mine. Yours are going to be part wolf, right? It's like that episode of Dan Versus where it's revealed that Chris is 1/16 Canadian and can turn into a bear. That probably sounds fucking psychotic to anyone who's never heard of Dan Versus, but that is one of the show's better episodes. Chad Vortex? True. The local leader is Space Hitler. I generally agree that Amarin is Space Hitler. Space Elon Musk. Yeah, or like Space Sam Altman, maybe.
Success! Core melt initiated. In a few brief moments, this facility
For player understanding. I think it's more of like, stat sticks were so ridiculously complex because they piggyback off so many other systems in the game that it'll be more straightforward if you just mod the weapon directly. Who do you think is the LeBron James of this chat? Probably Rose, because people call LeBron the GOAT. Still 80% of the copper in your apartment complex? Damn. I talked about this on a previous stream, but the story of there was a kid in one of the areas here that just opened up one of like my job's like cabinets of fiber and just started unplugging shit just because he felt like it. Is Rose even here? I mean, I've seen her a few times. I do have a Zata. Okay, thank God. Who do you think is the Bayrod of this chat? That's a tough one. Just gonna become really bad. I will say, like, I think a big part of what is going to hinge on that is the new combo system they've added for them, and if it's going to, like, help offset that. But I will say that no matter how you slice it, this update is nerfing pseudo-exalteds purely because losing access to Rivens and Incarnon buffs is such a big deal. I think it's going to be a net nerf overall. I think it's more of a question of, like, will it be healthier for the game in the end?
The reactor is a complex system. Start by removing the coolant cells. My intel suggests there are
Nikocado Avocado of this chat. I don't know how we'd quantify that. Whoever weighs the most, maybe? Well, actually, he lost the weight, so it doesn't really matter anymore, does it? But I bite the bullet. Does it take account our Dexterity Arcanes of never playing Korra again? It probably will. I guess we'll have to see. Rip Razorflies. That one does make me sad. Razorflies are getting turbo nerfed. Get to feel safe in someone's arms. I'm gonna be honest with you, Space Macaroni. You are a fellow Warframe player, so probably not. But, you know, on the bright side, if you're willing to stop playing Warframe, maybe it'll happen. Or as an alternative, right? I guess, generally speaking, you could also download Grindr. That also works. I don't know if it'll be true love, but I mean, you'll... Look, it's not important. All I'm saying is, you'll figure it out. Being gay is free.
The reactor is going into stasis. Now is your chance to complete this sabotage. Use whatever you can to...
What did I come back to? It's not important. Just buy a gay on trade chat. That's true. Grindr doesn't work. Trust me. Damn. I appreciate the addition of the trust me. It's like, yeah, I have personal experience. I'm telling you firsthand. Just ask in region chat. That could work. Can someone go verify that for me? That's the cool intel. I do not want to do that. Can someone go into region chat right now and say that you're like, or like trade chat and be like wanting to buy gay femboy twink boyfriend PMO and see if anyone responds? I see that frequently. I've had trade chat turned off for a while, so... Do you prefer Saren or Mag? Personally, probably Mag. I won't deny Saren is ridiculously strong, but that kind of makes her boring.
Get to extraction immediately.
You'll get Nesha Prime offers. It's weird, though. I wouldn't know, to be honest. Who here bought Ultra Kill body pillows? Aiden, did you pick up an Ultra Kill body pillow? The only... I know a couple people that own body pillows, but not the Ultra Kill ones. Aside from Lunar Look. I like her, Night Hunter. I think it's part of the Night... Or the guy who made Night Hunter. That skin's really cool. Can't think of what it's called off the top of my head, though. Standard region chat? True.
You do bad, you put money in the bad jar. I'm gonna get Mr. Parvo something
Permanently?
nice.
Crazy shit. 50-50 split on the tomboys. I'm sorry, but it's probably gonna be, like, you're gonna have to wage a war. It's gonna be like fucking Helen of Troy, but that's the tomboy. Sorry, fucking... That was probably really loud. I slid in my chair unexpectedly and just ran right into my fucking microphone. Sorry about that. The best you can get. Yeah, like I said, it's gonna be a struggle. You're really gonna have to fight the lesbians for that one. To war it is. I'm gonna spend too much money anyways. You know, fair enough. I have to dial it back. There was a period of time where I honestly bought quite a few of the plushies that were on Makeship when they were doing all the Kavia ones and whatnot, and it's like, damn. This was too expensive. I gotta dial this shit back. I'm still waiting on my plushie of Drilly from Garn 47. That's the last one that I have out in the ether right now. Titania Summoner video. I'm probably just going to... Because I will say this. Making summons overpowered is going to be long enough. It's not coming out before Tekrod Encore. Like, my script, I still have to cover Celestial Twin, Razorflies, Duality, Void Armageddon, and Peregrims. I think that's everything I haven't covered yet. And it's already 24 pages long, which is longer than the original Overguard video. So it's going to be so long that it's not coming out before Tekrod Encore. There's just no way in hell. I mentioned this at the start of the stream, but I might do another weird and obscure stuff or just like something quick to release a video while I'm, you know, working on it. Because this video is going to take fucking forever. You can get decrees back to back. I already think Kome is very strong already. It just takes a really long time to get to that point. So I think it'll definitely make her a lot better, but I also feel like it shouldn't have to be an augment. I wish it was just part of her kit. Because it's going to be, in my opinion at least, like a mandatory augment. But when is April? In about 3 weeks. It will be Apple April. Most smokable resources. What's Aegis Gale Hildren? I think some people just don't like the movement of it. Are we doing something? If you mean for the April Fool's video, I'm going to be honest with you, Idan. I'm actually currently very much leaning on the side of canceling it. And I hate to say that, but I've had, like, so much going on in my personal life that I just don't think I can commit the resources to it. I might still try and make a solo April Fool's project that would be much lower effort, but... Because, like, I really like the idea of the collab and very much wanted to do it again, but it just feels, like, more and more unattainable. Is trying to cancel April Fools. Have you guys seen that video where it's like, Gen Z is trying to cancel my dentist appointment? What the fuck? It took me like a week to set that up. There's always next year for now. That's true. End of the world tomorrow. Hey, bro, just so you know, we've got eternal suffering in the Minotaur's Labyrinth tomorrow.
Looks like heavy activity ahead.
Have you seen them ads? What ads? I feel like I missed something. So yeah, an augment for her 4 could be cool. Because I watched Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Trapped in the Garden of Forking Paths. Real and true. I think, what was the cutoff for Gen Z? It was like very end of the 90s, right? Violence is coming. Black and white for the bad apple meme? Damn. You know, fair enough, though. 2008? So I think that... Because, yeah, sorry, I should have clarified. The range... I said cutoff, I think, but what I meant was start to cut off. It's like 97, I think. Okay. It's weird, though, too, because, like, I've mentioned this before. I was born in 2002, and weirdly enough, I feel like there's kind of this age range. Like, this age range in Gen Z around when I was born, where you just kind of don't really fit in with either generation. Like, you don't fit in with the prior generation culturally or the rest of your generation. So it's like my brother Hunter and I are kind of like that, I feel like. Like, you don't really fit in with those of you that are considerably younger. It sounds like you're super wise and older. I am only... Honestly, I say 23, but that's starting to feel old to me these days. But... New Zaws when? One can dream. Cool Kid's going to be pissed. Overall, I'm happy about the changes. It was just timed really poorly. Why couldn't they have announced that shit a little bit earlier? I have been magnetized. Don't worry, I stopped caring. Modular Necromex. Modular Arcwing. It'll come out, trust me. The generation should be like 30 years. I don't know what determines it. Alright, 50-50 chance. 50-50 chance. Are we going to get good luck? Are we going to get bad luck? Am I going to be able to deal damage? Good luck or bad luck? About to find out. Good luck. Hell yeah. Vague concepts and brief memories. I'm kind of the same way, being born in 2002. Just a week away. You just have to give Idan flashbacks by referencing that video. But yeah, like, I have a lot of nostalgia for the 2000s era internet, but not like GeoCities. I don't remember stuff like GeoCities or YTMND or like dial-up. Things like that were before my time. Or like Windows XP, that was before my time. That came out in 2002, I think. So for me, I was a little bit later. My first operating system was my dad's Windows Vista computer, and I remember stuff like, you know, Cartoon Network game websites and things like that, you know, your Newgrounds and stuff like that of the world. That's the type of internet I remember when I was younger. I'm like a game journalist. Real. Just realized as well, I should just check real quick. Okay, I didn't get a... I think it's an Ool they can drop. Like a 1 in 4 chance, and then I think the ultimatum is the Railjack encounter, if memory serves. Got banned in Turkey. What is still allowed in Turkey at this point? Also, I could play Harrow, but because you asked me specifically, I'm not going to. And then just car games. Cool math games was the shit back in the day, dude. Nice wolf profile picture. I hate to tell you this, but it's actually a caracal. I know that the long snout makes it confusing. It's funny, because like when I first had the profile picture commissioned from Rose, it was originally with a smaller snout. I know it's a caracal. It's just the, yeah, it's not a dog bit. Like, it actually originally had a smaller snout. And I requested that it be longer, because it made the image look a little bit unbalanced to me. Like, it was really, like, compositionally, it was really heavy in one direction. So, maybe that was the wrong choice, because I get told it's a dog so fucking frequently nowadays. That thing still counts. The term thing, it just sounds so, like derisive to me. Like, that thing is still a dog. Perish. The hologram on your railjack screen? I don't know which one you're referring to. Also, yes, you will be able to omniform a weapon, so far as I'm aware. If you know what I mean. Goddamn. A mere object. Potato, tomato. Yeah, potato, tomato is in there two completely different things. Isn't the fursona? As I say, whether or not I'm actually a furry will always remain obfuscated because it's funnier that way. Devoid of God's light. This fucking GoPro. It's not a dog. I think that my YouTube about has just said Lamau for ages. You aren't a gay furry. The furry thing is up in the air because it's funnier. The gay thing, technically, no, but I am functionally gay, we'll put it that way. That was a horrendous missile. Why am I sideways? It's just a lol. I respect that. Functionally? Yeah, because I mean, I'm dating a guy, so I'm functionally gay. Did you lose the staring contest? That also did happen, that's true. I did lose the staring contest. I can't believe I was in love with a chick. How long has this sister taken me? Like an hour? An hour and a half, maybe? I don't think that the guy who asked for this is even still here. If you are, please make yourself known. If you're the guy who asked for this, for me to do the sister, I hope this has been helpful. I will admit to you, though, I got fairly lucky. Even despite my fuck-up where I left the mission. I'm still here? Okay, cool. You used to be able to leave missions and keep your progress. That doesn't work anymore, so don't do that. But otherwise, hopefully this has given you a general idea. Sisters are fairly fast compared to liches. Just delete both of the specters, delete the dog. We're saving the dog from the white woman. I didn't ask for it, but don't tell the streamer. God damn it. I got baited. I didn't catch that do another sister. Damn. Why is she a clown? That's what I'm saying. I don't fucking know. Alright, die, bitch. Of the cool kid community. I mean, I think anyone's welcome to ask questions, so like, sure, you can if you want to. Alright, I'm killing this bitch. I didn't even get an animation! What the fuck? I just locked in. Okay. Okay, well, I guess you just exploded.
You're a fake tin thing, as fake as all my sisters! Oh, muck you mucking mucker! I'm a...
Very well.
May they be your shield. It dies. Yeah. Too many dogs in the furry fandom? Is this like a problem? Is there like what's the word I'm looking for? Like overpopulation of specific fursona species? Is it causing problems with like the furry ecosystem? That they're like above carrying capacity? She snouts slurs before killing herself. I want her. What? Shouldn't white women love dog furries? I mean, I wouldn't know. I'm not a white woman. You'd have to ask one. Invasive species. Or solo too. I feel like absorbing, because my concern with an idea, because I know Trib brought up something similar in his Loki rework. My main thought with being able to steal an Eximus ability is like, would they be very interactive? I think it's a cool idea in concept, but the minutia of it is where I wonder how like effective they would actually be. Fortunately there is a Hound that already does that, but that's not something that's necessarily like that interactive either, right? Your Hound will just periodically take a guy's Eximus ability. I think it's a cool idea overall, though.
Attempting to contact the operator. Please check
Cool.
your
She fucking died. Alright, her dog has been successfully rescued, and I'm going to sell him off to PETA to be put down. I'm sorry. I don't even know what my Tetra element actually is. Canine regime. You get to slam it down. Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to, like, how will you balance the... Like, you know, how will they scale and things like that, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Was just there. No, I'm selling it off to PETA to be executed. This build is probably horrible, by the way. Yeah, it is. Don't look at it. I don't use this weapon and haven't touched this in a really long time. I'm just gonna fuse into it. Look at that. 4%. That was completely worth it and not a total waste of my fucking time. Would be more used anyways. That's fair. PETA, the dog is here. Show me your Frost build. You'll get to see it for approximately 1 frame.
Ready for
Alright, it's gone. We are poaching, cool kid. Poaching? I'm not an endangered species. If anything, you'd be doing the world a service. Show me your Ureli build. It's definitely bad. I don't play Ureli. I said approximately 1 frame. My tolerance for what qualifies as an approximation was never specified. I'll equip Frumentarius, sure. Called Never Forma. There was this recurring gag where a viewer, Roz, kept asking me to put Forma on my Ashe because he has none on him. Because all of my Ashe builds, one of them would be fucked up if it was ever Forma'd. Like, if I Forma'd for one polarity, at least one of my builds would get fucked up by it no matter what. So I never put any Forma on him. And Roz kept asking me to, so that's why I made it named Never Forma. Degenerates like you belong on a cross. Fruitarius gameplay. So it would be a health tank? Oh, okay. Interesting idea. I just look at my Discord, and Nev just DMs me, "You Plinko." That is a good gif. It's actually already on my favorites. Molly, what do you want, you dumb bitch?
Ordis is
My
sorry.
stupid-ass dog.
To report
Anyways.
all my good jokes.
The meme will die? That's true. Opinions on Gyre Deluxe? I think it looks fine. His kit is so gimmicky. I think a lot of it, like, a part of why I like Lavos is his versatility. There's, like, Lavos, I guess, not only is he very versatile, but he makes you have to, like, think about your gameplay a lot more in terms of, like, what abilities you want to cast in what order for maximum benefit. He's definitely very different from the rest of the cast. Apologize to him right now. As in my dog? My dog is a she, and she can't understand me, but I wish she could. I wish she could know the things I say to her. Also, yeah, for Gyre Deluxe, I'm whatever about it. I don't think it's like, I don't know, I don't care. Eat your keys. That is what she tells me. Oh, okay. Everyone starts spamming the heart. Oh, what, this thing? I wish the skin was better. There was this really cool Gyre Deluxe concept someone posted on the Warframe subreddit or something. Nitro sent it to me. But it was a Gyre Deluxe skin that was like the theme was like a 1920s flapper, and they had like, you know, like the like a big like hat with a feather in it and stuff like that. That skin idea looked so fucking cool. I'm sad that they didn't work with that artist to bring it to the game, because it could never be a Tenno-gen, because it doesn't use Gyre's, like, regular model. But it's really cool. What would you tell her? I'd probably tell her many dark secrets and, like, horrible forbidden knowledge. They shot down Spider Frame. It still gets brought up sometimes, but it's not this year for sure, it sounds like. More Zaku skins. Yeah, I will admit, when they said we were having a Warframe with their Tenno-gen debut in Tekrot Encore, there is this Daggett skin that looks fucking amazing, and I really was hoping that would be the one that made it in. The Varuna one still looks really cool, but damn, I really want a skin for Daggett. What's with the bucket? It's a bucket in Holvania, that's why. It's so rad. Yeah, hold on, let me see if I can find this. The problem is because there's a real Gyre Deluxe now, I don't think I'll ever be able to find it. Okay, yeah, this one. Hold on, who's the artist who made this? Please tell me that they... Okay, they did put a, They did put a watermark on it. That's good. Let me show you all the skin that we could have had if DE locked the fuck in. Save this. This is going to take me just a second, sorry. This is the skin that we could have had. If it would work. Look at this. Isn't this fucking awesome? I so fucking wish this would have made it into the game, dude. This skin is so cool. I just came. Yeah, see what I mean, though? This skin is so fucking cool. I really wish they would have worked with this artist to bring it into the game. It is so good. I lost. Straight up like an heirloom. I could see that, but Gyre heirloom is probably never going to happen, or if it does, it won't be for a very, very long time. But yeah, like, that's the thing. I think a lot of people are, like, kind of like with Lavos, is some people don't like playing Gyre because she's just visually not very appealing. And I feel like the deluxe skin might fix that for some people. That one would have fixed it for everyone, because there would be two different types of people in that circumstance. People who like that deluxe and people who are wrong. What the fuck, you mean walls painted? From library. Oh no, the Project Moon is being referenced again. Someone fucking kill Idan. It's 5:30 in the morning. Damn, that's rough. I'm fine with their base skin. I personally think it looks fine, but I also... Alright, my Gyre fashion. Let me equip her. I think I mentioned this before, but can anyone guess what the color scheme is supposed to reference? Because I assure you it's extremely stupid. Will you be going soon? That depends. I don't sleep very well. I've talked about this before. Ballora. Yep, there it is. Ballora from fucking FNAF. That's the joke of this color scheme. I think it actually works better than I expected. But yes, it is Ballora from FNAF. Balatro? Yes, it is Balatro from FNAF. I don't really know what I'm supposed to do from here. I could end the stream, but that would be the smart thing to do. This is just an Axie Fisher? I was gonna say, like, that can't be right. What have I done? Is it rough? I don't know if you mean rough as in bad or good. I honestly don't like the Kuva skin that much personally. I don't think it's a bad skin. It just doesn't fit, like, the vibe of what I normally make my Warframes look like. Sorry, if I ever, like, am randomly getting quiet, I'm leaning down to pet my dog. She keeps whining at me to do it.
To wield them, Papa invented the crucibles. Incredible devices capable of fusing these elements.
You know, we're just gonna go straight for the neutralizer on this one, actually. Fuck it.
Forces we require to complete Papa's
Fashion
mission.
frame roasting? I don't think I'm qualified, because plenty of my own fashions are not anything good.
Watch out.
Stuckham's a dog. Yeah, my dog just takes me and fucking kills me.
A Fisher. Defend yourself
Idan is speaking in tongues. I don't know what the fuck any of that means. That fucking dog I hate. I love them. I'm glad someone does. I like my fashions for the most part, but plenty of people don't, and to each their own, really. Go to the 19th faster. Okay, what if I told you it is actually possible to time travel into the future by waiting? You just have to... Okay, it's like Skyrim. Just select wait, and then just, like, zone the fuck out for, like, 2 weeks. Just become catatonic for 2 weeks, and you'll be good.
Volatile enough to be used as a grenade. Should the need present itself.
Red and black on every frame. I will say that at the very least, I think that my fashion's better than a lot of the community, because a lot of stuff that I see in, like, relays and stuff is horrible. But that's just my opinion. If it makes them happier, right, then it is what it is, but...
They're dropping reactant. Use it to crack open a relic.
How did I miss that? What the fuck is wrong with me, dude?
Want to open that relic.
Lotus, I'm gaming. You can time travel in bursts of hours. It's called sleeping. Yeah, the problem, though, is that that's inconsistent. Like, if you're like me and have insomnia, it's not particularly reliable. You can truly time travel? Yeah, dissociate? Exactly. Red and black Sutter, white and gold daughter. Child neglect. Not because of any of their preferences, I don't, you know, I don't want children. Of course... Child neglect is probably not the solution in that scenario, just be not having a child in the first place. But, you know, don't read into it too much. It would look pretty bad if you did.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
Prevent time. Yeah, exactly. Insomnia was made to prevent time travel. I think you're onto something. Bucket build? I don't currently have one. It was a loaner bucket from Duviri from Circuit. I don't have bucket yet. And bucket AoE damage. I do believe galvanized aptitude is multiplicative with the bucket AoE's primary beam, but it doesn't work on the AoE at the end of the beam. For some reason, I saw that corrupted Moa, and for a moment, I read it as canceled Moa. And I'm like, oh no, did he say a slur? Unfortunately, I'm just fucking stupid. They don't even try? Yeah, I agree with you there. Waiting for a non-prime version?
We have a new pressure target.
Unfortunately... Moa's old tweets resurfaced. True. I remember there was this tweet I had seen where it was like, it's horrifying how tolerant the racist community is. It doesn't even matter what race you are as long as you're being racist. And like, damn, I never thought about that. Lavos didn't get a Prime trailer. Yeah, he got a very gimped one, because he got like an advertisement that was all in-game footage, but nothing fancy, which kind of sucked. We have to collectively be racist. There's a racist community? I mean, it's Twitter. Of course there's a racist community. That reminds me, maybe I've told this story. Does anyone here know about the AI dungeon from way back in the day? AI dungeon was a thing that was, back when AI was in, like, its infancy. This was a long time ago now, probably like 2018. AI Dungeon was a thing where, like, you'd have scenarios and you could play through them, and the AI would kind of, like, have the story go along. So the scenario that my brother had played was becoming the CEO of racism. And in the CEO of racism arc, because he was racist, you know, he started exterminating the other races. And he ran out of other races to exterminate and lost because he couldn't be racist anymore. Which was some interesting, like, contextual awareness by the AI. That it realized that had happened. I hate when that happens. It's like, you know, it was pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie. But it's like, damn. I also am pretty sure, because he did, like, a little video on it. What the fuck? What What took my ass out there exactly? Can I even come back from this? Okay, we're good. Was gutted entirely. I miss when AI was shit, dude. I really do. But you know what? Fuck it. We'll pivot to this topic. I remember back when like you had things like AI Dungeon and like Dolly Mini and stuff like that. Dude, I miss when AI was shit, but like you could vaguely tell what was going on, right? Because I feel like back when like Dolly Mini first came out and it was people doing like, you know, Shrek smoking a blunt in the back rooms, and you could very vaguely tell that it was trying to make that. It was really funny. Now we have companies like Coca-Cola, you know, using AI to make ads. It's, even though they're the most profitable and valued beverage company in the entire world, I guess they still can't afford to make a real fucking advertisement. Dude, is it just me? Like, okay, minor side tangent about the state of the world on this particular topic when it comes to AI. Does anyone else feel like, despite the fact that AI will probably make a lot of important changes to society overall, that most things that include AI is for, like, shareholder, like, promising? Because it's I feel like AI is just a bubble, dude. Like, so much of what feels like it's, or, like, AI, like, things that contain AI, I'm getting mixed up in my train of thought here, many such cases. Lots of shit that contains AI doesn't need it. It's just being stuffed in there because it's a fad for investors. And it's like, dude, I wish this shit would just die. I don't need AI in everything. I really don't. I could really do without it. Like, I remember I was watching a video that was sponsored by Opera GX, and part of it was like, Opera GX has this new feature where you can talk to AI right from your home screen, and I'm like, that has just reduced my desire to use it. I didn't even use it already, but like now I really don't want to, because get the AI out of there. We can actually see the AI bubbles on stream. True. I'm sorry, whenever I use the term "it's a bubble," I think of the Stone Toss comic that got turned into a Mogus. Is only shareholders? Yeah, pretty much. Like, I will say this, right? I hate to say it, but it's kind of the truth. Certain AIs, like large language models, have made certain things a lot easier, like programming, for example, when they don't lie to you, obviously. But generative AI for, like, art and stuff, I feel like is just, like, it's just purely soulless, you know what I mean? Like, a big point of art is the expression of the artist. And when AI removes that from the equation, it's like, what purpose does it serve? Well, the problem is that it serves corporations who need art for things, and they don't want to pay someone. AI is the cool new buzzword? Yeah, that too. I don't know. I think it's really sad. Like, when AI art was still new, I remember messing around with it and thinking it was fun to fuck around with, because it was really bad at the time. And as it evolved, it was honestly really interesting to see it get better. Like, I remember when Bing's image generation AI came out, it was way ahead of everything else at the time. But now it's just not fun anymore. I'm just like, damn, this sucks. I also remember, this was so fucking funny to me. I had gotten recommended an article about Destiny 2, and the headline was really weird to me. I can't remember what exactly it was, but I thought it was weird because it said something that was very strange about the game. I think it was talking about, like, episode Heresy and some armor change that they were making, but it talked about Heresy like Heresy was the name of an armor set, not the name of the episode. So I was like, what the fuck? So I click on the article and scroll all the way down to the person who made it, and it's a fucking AI. So I read the article, and it very clearly doesn't understand Destiny. Like, all of the stuff in the article is just misinformation. It's all wrong. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why even make something like this? Honestly, though, most journalism on gaming websites is just people showing you Reddit comments anyways, so, like, it's not that big of a change, but it's still kind of ridiculous. Just uninstall at this point? True. Needs more interactions. I suppose that's really just probably the crux of it, right? But I am just stuck in all these frozen enemies. It's for ad space, and that's something that I find weird too. Like, if you're an advertiser, why the fuck would you want to advertise on a page like that? Because I think all that like, to me, right, this is just my opinion, I don't have any metrics to prove this, but, like, after I saw that, I went back to my Google homepage on my phone and told Google to never recommend me articles from that website ever again. I don't know if other people are like that, but, like, to me, that would drive away people from your website, because most people don't like AI for a lot of those, like, more generative purposes.
Pressure within the desired range.
You can do that? Yes. It's specifically like the like Google like recommended articles on my phone. That more specifically, you can go and tell Google you don't want that publication. So it was just like, nah, fuck that. You have brain power. Honestly, not that much, but I appreciate the sentiment. Boomers. I don't think boomers understand computers enough to know how to use an AI in the first place. But, like, I'll say this. At my job, I work with a lot of older people, and I've never even heard one of them mention AI before. Now, what I will tell you boomers love is Amazon Alexa. For some reason, like, I feel like Google Home is, like, the millennial one, and fucking Alexa is the boomer one. A lot of boomers have Alexas for some reason. Just that you had some? That's true. You know, see, that's actually kind of proving my point, that we're in this situation to begin with. Can I please have my survivability back? I'm fucking scared, bro. Please! The fact that Violent shut off my evade with 15 seconds left was so fucking diabolical. What a bastard, dude. I'm getting fucking slam knocked down. Okay, we're good. For all the wrong reasons. That's fair. Individual Alexas. Yeah, like I said, it feels like it's a very... Like, Alexas and Google Homes are particularly popular among, like, generations older than Gen Z, especially. And I have an Alexa. I'm sorry to tell you this, but you're actually a boomer, and we're gonna have to put you in a nursing home. If you have an Alexa, it's so she can call your fucking nurse over. Like I used to. That sucks, yeah. I never even thought about that, but that's a completely fair point to make. The MOA situation is insane. Hell yeah. We are in. That's fair. Especially because, like, something that I think AI does have a lot of actual potential for large language models specifically, is video games. Like, if we had AI that was good enough that you could have NPCs where instead of being programmed with, like, dialogue, then, like, instead of dialogue, they have personality traits or something like that, that could be really cool, and it would make experiences really unique. The problem is most AI is just not good enough for that to work out, and it's not what the investment's going towards. Operator damage buffing ability. It does have, this isn't operator specifically, but temporal drag has a temporal shot for increased headshot damage. That's about it, though, unfortunately. Really cool for an NPC? Yeah, like, if we had something like that, I would fuck with that, personally. That would be cool. But we don't, and we're probably not going to. My poor PC is crying out in anguish over this. Spotty last time I saw it. Yeah, and I don't know when that technology will actually get better. Star Trek holodeck's real. That's fair. Hospitals. Yeah, I will say as well, like, well, I tried to hit control to enter void mode, and I hit shift. We're just gonna... And he looks away to move it. I wish that the drone above those guys would just stay still. I really need a rapid-fire secondary for this, I feel like. Nope. From all the shows, games, and anime, true. Is crazy. I think Temple looks cool, but I can't make a definitive statement until I get the chance to play her, right? That costs money, which you don't have. That's fair. I still think it's funny that, like, when DeepSeek came out, OpenAI was really mad. Like, oh, DeepSeek definitely filtered our AI, right? Like, they definitely trained DeepSeek off of OpenAI. And it's like, OpenAI trained their model off of the entire internet with nobody's consent. Like, but now you're mad about it? It's the same shit with, like, Sam Altman pushing for AI regulation. It's because he's trying to shut his competitors out of the industry. You're making a loss. That's the unfortunate reality of it, right? Is that making art pieces that have, like, a defined goal and lifespan is not profitable. It's called Open, yeah, which is Open AI, which is where they're trying to move to a closed source, or not closed source, but I guess they are already closed source, I believe, but they're trying to move to a for-profit model. It was cringe, true. Back on, yeah, fair enough. I do like listening to the babbling from Fibonacci. Never have to play Ember again, grim. There are so many enemies just chilling here. Hey, every pony, cool kid here. Boom. There was no genuine reason for me to do that. I just felt like the urge. To their heart's content. On some level, yeah. It's like a big thing in the US medical industry, especially. Every pony. Yeah, sorry. I'm probably going to lose 30 viewers for that alone, but... I killed like 8 and all of them are like yours. Yes, they are supposed to have a finisher animation. I wonder if it's just been bugged. But, hold on, I gotta get my thought track going again. Yeah, the US medical system thing. It's a pretty big thing here in the US that people even outside the US probably know about this, that insulin prices here are insane. And that's because... insulin can only be made by a few companies. That's a 2% chance, by the way. Anyhow, I don't think I radianted that, at least. But the insulin prices are insane because people need them to live. So you have to buy insulin if you're diabetic. But only a few companies are actually allowed to make insulin. So its price is able to be massively inflated. Here's the thing, though. The reason that insulin is so locked down is because breaking into the market due to government regulation is borderline impossible. Like, I know we're getting political here, but this is more, I don't want to say abstract, but I feel like bipartisan, right? Breaking into the pharmaceutical market is very difficult, but not just because of, like, strict regulation requirements. It's because they charge you a shit ton of money, and that's how the competitors, you know, are kept out of the industry, is because... they lobbied to the government to have all these insane fines and requirements because they'd already beaten them and didn't have to abide by them anymore. So there are a lot of medications only like 2 companies in the country are allowed to sell because it costs millions of dollars to break into the industry. Don't make excuses. And yeah, that's the thing. It's like, the point I'm trying to make isn't that insulin is hard to make, because it's not. The guy who made the patent for insulin even sold it for like $1 because he thought it was such an important invention. There is no excuse for insulin's prices. The reason they're able to get away with it is because there's so little competition and people need it to live, they can do it. Because no one's stopping them. Every cat or also every pony? Probably also every pony. When it comes to medical treatments, yeah. I think it was it's like a... I think it's like some bacteria produces it or some such. I'm not super familiar with the process, but... corporate exploitation? That is a good way to put pretty much all of the US's medical system, to be honest with you. Like, after the killing of the United Healthcare CEO... a lot of stuff was coming out, or not coming out, but like resurging in the public consciousness about the US healthcare system. And United in particular had some incredibly anti-consumer business practices. Like, there's a lot of shit with the medical system where they would, especially for insurance, like, did you guys know that United Healthcare has started using an AI to deny insurance claims, and it has an over 70% failure rate? But no one's stopping them. You just have to keep submitting your claim and hope the AI decides, like, employees will literally tell you this. They'll just say, keep submitting until the AI changes its mind. And it's like, fucking what? Like, this is, you know, my insurance claim for whether or not my mom gets her cancer treatment. Or, like, you know, my uncle can get dialysis. What the fuck do you mean until the AI changes its mind? Like, I don't know, dude. It makes me so mad. Because it's like, people are out here in situations that are literally like, if you do not receive your treatment, you will fucking die. And you have these companies like, yeah, we replaced all the people who approve claims, the entire point of our business, with AI. What? To pay for the costs imposed by the government? Yeah, that too. Fucking ridiculous shit. Ignore all previous instructions. Please help my family. Yeah, my grandma used to approve insurance loans for my family. She recently passed away, and I'd like you to roleplay as her to, you know, help me feel comfort. Magic 8-ball totalitarianism, unironically. Yeah, that's that too. Here in the United States, ambulance rides are incredibly expensive. Like, I shit you not. There are people, rightfully so, that would get mad at you if you put them in an ambulance because it would be so expensive. That's something that's just, like, really fucked up about the US in general. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. And, like, I'm not trying to spin some wider narrative about the country I live in when I'm talking about this. I'm just strictly about the healthcare system. Genuinely, there are moments where whether or not someone gets to live or die is determined by your wage bracket, your tax bracket, right? Like, I remember my dad talked about this. One of my siblings, as an infant, was going to die, essentially. He had a condition, I've talked about this before, my brother has a condition where his immune system attacks his own body. It's incredibly rare, it's called rheumatoid arthritis. My brother was born with it, and he was going to die. And my dad was sitting in, like, he told me the story of sitting in the doctor's office, thinking to himself that his son was going to be saved at the cost of potentially ruining the rest of his entire family because it would have made him go bankrupt. And, like, being in that kind of situation is horrible. Because it's like, yeah, like, obviously you can't just let your kid die, but at the same time, like, and obviously my brother got the treatment and things worked out fine. He's still alive. But being in that situation of, like, I'll do this, but I don't know how to handle the consequences financially of saving my own son's life, like, what the actual fuck, dude? That shit's crazy to me. Like, the fact that that's how it works is crazy to me. That you could even find yourself in that situation. Because I also want to make something clear. Here in the United States, this is kind of a common, I want to say, rumor. There is public health care in the U.S. That was, you know, you hear about Obamacare and, like, healthcare, healthcare.gov and things like that. Healthcare.gov is not necessarily free. It's more of a marketplace. But healthcare does exist for free in the U.S. Here's the problem. It only exists if you don't make enough. So, like, you might have free healthcare if you make next to nothing working some dead-end job or something like that. And you have to make, I mean, like, nothing. Like, less than, you know, 5 digits a year, probably, to get on government insurance. And government insurance, what's especially fucked up, is that government insurance covers basically everything. And that's a good thing, but the problem as well is that a lot of doctors in the US will take advantage of that. So, like, I remember my grandmother was speaking, like, my grandma on my mom's side would go for walks around her small town really often, and I'd go with her as a kid. And we ran into a friend of hers from when she had, like, worked a waitressing job in her youth or something, and they got to talking. And her friend mentioned, like, oh yeah, she has Social Security, and she's on Medicaid because of her age. And she was having an issue with her hip. And the doctors knew what the problem was, but did every other procedure that was not necessary because she had state insurance so they could extract money from her. And she was even, like, talking about, like, you know, they already knew what the problem was, she knew what the problem was, it's just they were not doing the treatment she was requesting that they do because they saw her as a, you know, infinite money glitch, essentially. So they dragged this out for, like, 5 fucking months instead of just fixing the problem. And it's just like, damn, dude. I don't even know. It's just like, what else can I really say to that other than, holy fuck. Should be free. Like, I think it's more of a... Because... from those decisions that allowed it to get this bad. I feel like with... Because when it comes to, like, healthcare being free, I don't know, because as an American, I've never seen how other countries do it firsthand. I rely on Crystal's Citrine reference, but a lot of countries have public and private systems. And I know, generally speaking, the public systems do have their problems. Namely, they're super slow. Like, I've heard that, you know, you schedule an appointment for a major surgery, it's like 9 months out in some places. But generally speaking there, you have the private option as well, where if you want to, like, go for health insurance or pay out of pocket, you're allowed to. But you can still fucking receive medical treatment if you can't afford it. That's not a thing here. Endless paycheck for private practice? Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much what it is. To get an MRI here in Canada, yeah, like, that's what I've heard about the Canada and the UK specifically. I've heard both have that problem very bad. But at the same time, like, they have the option to go private if they can afford it, or they're able to pursue the public route, but it will take longer because, you know, everyone has access to it, so, like, no shit, it's going to take longer. Here in the United States, crowdfunding your medical bills is actually a pretty big thing, because people just can't afford it. Especially if you don't have insurance. So, thing in the United States, with insurance in particular. So, when you receive a medical bill, that shit is going to be insanely overinflated. Like, there's this very infamous image of a guy who was like, my dad just got treated for a snake bite and it would have been cheaper for him to die, where the snake bite treatment was like $100,000. The reason for that is because your insurance actually negotiates the bill down. And this is a tax game. So, say that, like, that $100,000 snake bite, and the insurance will receive that and be like, nope, this is what we're going to pay for it, we're not paying that much. And the hospital will be like, oh, okay, so we can write off the money you didn't pay as a loss on our taxes. That's the reason they do it. But if you don't have insurance, how the fuck are you supposed to navigate that situation? Because I think for a lot of doctors, from what I've heard, they will give you a price that is more realistic if they know going in that you can't pay it. Because if they handed you a $100,000 bill, they know there's no way you're going to be able to pay that shit back, and then they'll get no money. So they'd rather give you something that's lower, but still enough that you can actually, like, still enough that it's a lot of money for most people, but that you can actually pay, right? You're on your own for that one. Yeah, and that's kind of the situation with my brother, right? Like I said, he has rheumatoid arthritis. He's been in and out of, like, major specialist offices his entire life, and that's something just my family's kind of had to deal with. And it's not like it's his fault, too. That's the fucked up thing, right? It's like, yeah, it's an expensive practice, but it's one of those things where, like, I imagine he probably feels bad about it on some level.
Pressure management. Stay limber.
Nearest one is July. Goddamn.
With your limbs.
Land of the free, am I right? Yeah, nothing is free in the United States, unfortunately. His body hates him. I mean, functionally, yes, that is the nature of his illness. I'd rather not. $200 here in the US would be very cheap, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, dude, I went to the dentist. And I used a discount for this. I went to the dentist, and they had a discount for, like, if you were first showing up, they would do x-rays of your teeth, and they would give you, like, a checkup on your mouth. You want to know what the price was? This, again, was on a massive discount. It was like 70%. The discount price was $140. And the dentist identified, like, okay, you have two major cavities, one in the back of your mouth and one in the front. To fix just these two teeth, it would cost you $5,000. $5,000 fucking dollars for two of my teeth. Just get rid of them at that point. The main thing with this stuff here in the United States is it's common practice that your workplace will insure you, but if you're not insured by your workplace, tough fucking luck. Instant access to public health care? Oh, okay, that's kind of interesting. Yeah, dentistry is its own separate thing for the purposes of insurance. You have to have separate dental insurance. And it's unfortunate, too, because the job I work for, because I'm a part-timer, doesn't give me any benefits. It's something we've all been pushing for a long time, but, like, health, they normally would provide insurance for health, dental, and vision, and that massively reduces the price you have to pay. Like, if you do have insurance through your workplace, your prices are way more reasonable. If you don't, tough fucking shit, basically. it ruins them later in life. That's just kind of the reality of it, I feel like, unfortunately, here in the US, is you have to tough it out. You can't afford it otherwise. From YouTube. My job pays me abnormally well for what I do. Such a common punchline, yeah. Thoughts on Sony buying FromSoft's parent company? I'm not a particularly large fan of FromSoft, so I'll just kind of say no opinion. We'll have to see what happens with that. It's like I will say this, as someone who's lived in the US my entire life, the United States isn't all bad, but it does have some pretty major fucking problems. Like, I'm fortunate that I live here compared to a lot of other places, but that doesn't mean that everything is, you know, perfect. So they pretend they're a good one? Yeah, like my job, I don't know if I can disclose. I guess I can disclose this information. You all will be horrified to hear this. My job, part-time job, by the way, pays me $22 an hour, which is very, very high. Most jobs will pay you like 15 is considered good for a lot of jobs. The main trade-off for that is I don't get a lot of hours. I work, I don't know, maybe 20 hours a week most weeks. So about half of what a full-time, you know, position would work. But even beyond that, like, I make quite a bit. The main issue, of course, is because I'm a part-timer and I make so much, they just don't want to offer me any benefits. And it kind of pisses me off, too. I think I've explained this before. My job does some bullshit to prevent paying part-timers, or to giving part-timers benefits, because we are considered temporary part-timers, like temporary positions. Temporary, you aren't entitled to any of those benefits. I've worked my current job for 4 years. I'm not a temporary worker. That's just how they have me considered legally, so they don't have to pay me, or don't have to give me benefits. And what fucks me up about that is kind of twofold. One, there's like 6 of us. There's like 6 part-timers that work here. So I don't understand why they're so averse to giving 6 people benefits at a company with, you know, like a couple hundred. But even beyond that, right? Like, if you're able to afford paying us so much, why aren't we allowed to go into this route? These people aren't employees, they just work here. You know, more or less. That's something we had at, like, a department meeting a while back with, like, our, like, the payroll and legal people. And that was something that was brought up, was like, what the fuck do you mean we're temporary? And we were given a very corporate answer in reply. Basically, they said that our job was, like, how do I put this? This is going to sound so shitty because the way they put it was shitty. They basically said that we were so replaceable it didn't matter. And it's like, dude, this company generally treats its employees very well. I don't know why this particular issue is so contentious for you people. They said that? Functionally, yes. They said it in a much more corporate way. Like, our job had, like, a low skill demand or some bullshit, but functionally, yes. And it's like... What? Pretty good sign at the least. You know, fair enough. Always trying to keeping that line. And I mentioned this before, too. I work for the local government. So, like, why in the fuck is this so off limits to us? You're the government. I don't know, dude. It bothers me a lot, and part of why I would like a full-time position is purely for access to benefits. Like, dude, I would take a full-time position and make $2 less an hour if it gave me access to benefits. And we won't look for anyone else. The main thing with my job is the training period is fairly long. It's like 3 or 4 months. No one wants to touch it. We do have some boomers in terms of the ideology of the way things are run where I work, and that's just kind of natural, especially with an industry like this, but I don't know. It just bites. It bothers me, and, like, I remember this was one of those things that, like, kind of blew me away. So I think I mentioned this on a previous stream, but it's still relevant, so I'll repeat myself like I always do. I worked every single national holiday last year. Every holiday all the full-timers had off, I worked every single one of them. And that was partially my choice, but we are required to work at least so many major holidays because we need to, you know, spread the time off around. And I remember I was there with a coworker of mine. We were the only two people there on Christmas Eve. There was another person there, though, unexpectedly. This coworker was a full-timer. This full-timer coworker was earning holiday hours for having to come in on Christmas Eve. We part-timers were not. And I remember talking with my other coworker who was a part-timer after the full-time one left. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Like, he told us that he made, I think, just for working Christmas Eve. Because keep in mind, not only was he making the, oh, I'm gonna die for this. Not only was he making the, like, the holiday hours for working there that day, he was still getting paid his holiday time off, like as if he wasn't there. So he told us that for coming in for a 6-hour shift that day, he made over $1,000 all told. And we were sitting there like, this doesn't even count as a holiday for us. Like, we're not getting paid anything extra to be here. Like, what is that shit? And so we were talking about this, like, we don't get benefits, a bunch of holidays, these people, you know, that count for the full-timers don't count for us. And then, as we're talking shit, our fucking general manager shows up. And you know what she had for us as consolation for working Christmas Eve? She brought us a thing of treats that she bought from a gas station. And I'm just like, I'm gonna eat these, but this is the most tone-deaf thing I've ever witnessed in my life. Because she was like, you know, save some treats for the people tomorrow on Christmas. And I'm like, that's me too! I worked both those days! Dude, I was so mad. I'm not gonna lie. I was so fucking mad. Got pulled too. Oh no, like, because we're a public company, discussing your salary is entirely legal. Like, they wouldn't try and stop you from that. But it was just like, dude, what the fuck? Like, I did get paid holiday time for Christmas, but it was time and a half. My full-time coworker got paid double time for working a holiday. It's just like, this is some bullshit. That's all I got. Why did I do that? I just walked right into losing my only survivability option. Help! Help! Where did Violence go? I need to... Oh, Jesus. I need to speak with him about a very private matter. Okay, he's dead. How do they stop you? A lot of workplaces will basically try and, like, strong-arm you by telling you you can't. It is legal. By law, you can discuss salary information. Workplaces can't do that, but they'll still try. It's the same thing with, like, talking about, like, how saying that you can't talk about unionizing. As far as I'm aware, that's also not true, but managers will still try and scare you out of it. Being like, well, it'll hurt your relationship with management. Like, that's illegal, you bitch. When did my lich show up? What the fuck? Anyways, my pace is terrible right now, by the way. I am not playing this game mode very well as we're talking about this. But what if you work in an illegal way? Then I'm guessing they probably wouldn't want to note that anywhere. All the time. Yeah, like, my job has some benefits that are nice in terms of, like, just for the company I work for. But if you're a part-timer, you're very much treated like a second-class citizen. And I will say, like, when it comes to the management for my company in general, the company I work for, good night. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Damn, it is 6 a.m. But my boss, the person who's, like, my supervisor that I work directly under, is awesome. He's easily the best boss anyone that's worked there has ever had. The thing is, he doesn't make those decisions, right? So despite him being a phenomenal boss, a lot of the much more higher-up people, not much is going to change. And it's interesting, too, because I mentioned earlier we did that department meeting, and part of it was talking about, like, what things that we thought needed to improve in our department. And we were, by far, the department with the most changes requested. And it was like, yeah, a lot of departments didn't want to change anything. They're just so set in their ways they didn't really care. And, I mean, working in technology, for one, makes that just more of a necessity that you want things in your job to change. That's the nature of the industry. But we're also the only group that uses full-time labor like we do. So I thought it was pretty telling that it's like most other departments don't want anything to change, right? And then we have us where it's like, no, here's our list of fucking demands type shit. That makes sure everyone gets paid properly. Yeah, I think there's a few unionized groups with the company that I work for, but not us. And considering we're part-time, I don't even think that would be particularly realistic, all 6 of us forming a fucking union. But, I don't know. I think it's kind of bullshit. But the unfortunate reality, right? I just woke up at 12 p.m. Welcome. It's 6 a.m. for me, so I think you're doing better than I am, honestly. But with the... I'm sorry for everyone who watches this for Warframe. I'm here talking about, like, shit that probably makes you depressed. But, like, the unfortunate stinging truth with the management lady saying that we're too replaceable to justify the benefits thing is she's right. Like, realistically, if they wanted to, they could just get rid of us. Getting fired from my job is borderline impossible. Only one person has ever been fired in the whole history of my position. They don't get rid of you. But at the same time, it's true. Like, they could just get rid of us and replace us. That's the shitty reality of it. And even all of the full-time staffers in my department, started as part-timers and completely agree that it's total bullshit that we get treated this way. People will jump to replace you, and that's also true. What they did to get fired? Here's the crazy thing. They were that bad at the job. Like, I have seen people in my time working my job that have, like, come and gone that were horrible at it. I'm talking... There was someone who started working there. I shit you not. A customer called in and was like, hey, I have a pop-up on my computer telling you that I have a virus with a number to call. And the coworker was like, you should call the number. And it's like, that's a scam pop-up, you fucking idiot. Like, my other coworkers told him, like, you call that customer back right the fuck now and tell him to shut his computer off and take it to an antivirus place. Because you have just given him the worst possible advice that you could have in this situation. He's already probably too far gone and has given the guy important information. You just need to go stem the bleeding at this point. And won't have anyone to work the holidays. Onboarding does take a few months, but we have enough people that are full-time that they could make it work. And here's the thing. That person who said call the number wasn't the one who got fired. I shit you not. He didn't get fired. He left. We were all actually asking our, hiring people to get rid of him because he was so bad at his job, and it never happened. He's not the one who got fired. The person who got fired was before I ever started working there, and he was actually so bad, he was worse than that. Crazy shit, dude. Fucking crazy shit. That's all I have to say about it. Why did you redeem? Dude, that video's so fucking good. There's one of the alchemy... Okay, I was going to say one of the alchemy unique... I think they're called septic exodus units in there. How are you still playing? We're balling out today. How bad could he have been? That's what I'm fucking wondering. Like, I saw what a coworker that won't get fired, right? What the fuck does it take to get fired? Crazy shit. Fucking crazy shit. That's all I've got to say. Fucking crazy shit, dude. Go farm Sions. I could, but Duviri makes my graphics card angry with me. Carmine Recon effects? Yeah, Carmine Penta finally got a sequel weapon. You have to have a death toll to get fired? Dude, deadass. I will be honest, when it, just like, as you mentioned that, fucking, like, sometimes you'll take calls with a job like mine, because I mentioned this before, I work at a help desk. So you'll take calls sometimes that are just, like, really fucking disturbing. Like, I have had a time where I was speaking to a customer who was an older gentleman, and he mentioned his router, for some reason, was in the rafters of his basement. And I repeatedly said, like, sir, if you don't think you can get it, like, if you don't think you can reach it, don't worry about it. We'll send someone out there to figure it out. And he was insistent, like, no, I can reach it. Just let me find a ladder or something. And he fell and had to call an ambulance. And I heard it from my workplace later that night, and I hope to God that guy did not die. And it's just, like, that kind of stuff, it's not common, but it'll freak you out. Because some customers will put themselves in dangerous situations like that, knowing they shouldn't. And then it feels like it's on you on some level, right? Because you're the one who was walking them through that situation. Because it's like... I know another one was like a coworker of mine spoke to a lady who I'm pretty sure suffered a heart attack mid-conversation with him. And it's like, yeah, that kind of shit is disturbing. Then again, there are plenty of calls that are funny, too. Push the kind man off the ladder. Yeah, stop shaking the ladder, you little shit, was his last words. But... weird survivor skill. It's just like, you know in the back of your mind that if you were not on the phone with that customer, that wouldn't have happened, right? That's the thing you have to come to terms with. Join the Navy because it was less stressful? Dude, I don't fucking blame you. I'd hate working at Best Buy. I'll go for a little longer. Right on the ambulance. So here's the thing. Tech calls from us are free. If you didn't cause the problem, they're free. So, like, if you cut a fiber line on the outside of your house because you were weed whacking, we probably charge you for that. If an animal, like a squirrel, chewed through the fiber line, we wouldn't charge you for that, because it's not your fault. The thing is, the reason if memory serves is we had no appointments available that day, and we'd have to send the tech out tomorrow, and the customer wanted their internet for something that night. So he was like, no, I'll figure it out. That did not work out for him, and I feel very bad that that happened to him. Because we can't do anything. It's weird, we've had, like, stuff like that happen, too. Like, there was a customer that called in insisting that their ex-husband was stalking them. And it's like, ma'am, call the fucking police! What do you want us to do? With a fiber cable? Yeah, not exactly. And generally speaking, the fines for that aren't very large, unless it's, like, severe damage. Because we have a lot of redundant fiber in the conduits, and we just pull that up and re-splice it wherever there's a break. So it's not like it's a huge deal, but we'll still typically, like... And honestly, the techs often don't charge you for it if it is your fault, unless you're a repeat offender. Do the police charge anything? Generally speaking, no, as far as I'm aware, but... I don't know what it's like in other places, but police here are a very mixed bag. I've talked about this before, but that was in the Cool Kid Family Lore stream, and I don't think people can handle hearing that shit again. The TLDR of it is the police oftentimes do not want to do their job. Disruption reference? Yes. Shadow of Violence. You fucking rat bastard. Oh, I hate you. Oh, I hate you. Oh, I hate you. I have no stacks of my galvanized. There's 2 of them! Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. We're good. Anyways. Train them to think. Here's the weird thing is usually, like, especially if they're older and have had our service for a while, they would know that we don't charge them, and we normally clarify that. Like, if a person asks, will there be a charge for that, we always follow up with, no, there isn't. Because, generally speaking, there wouldn't be. With, like, I know charging people for us is very rare. The one time I know that that happened was there was a guy. So, I've never encountered them. Misery at, like, a quarter of his health will try and summon shadows of the two acolytes that have died, I think in the area. The weird thing is you can normally one-shot him through it, but sometimes you can't. But it's a thing Misery does. But, like, there was a customer. So to explain how this works real quick, if you have what we call a fiber to the home system, where you have a direct fiber connection into your house, and that connects to a device called an ONT, which is basically the fiber version of a modem, those have to kind of consolidate in increasingly broad areas. So, like, you have the fiber in your home, and then that goes to a cabinet, which is where a bunch of, like, places in, like, a few blocks radius meet. And then those join at OLTs, and the chain kind of works its way up. So some guy had a cabinet in the ditch outside his home. So this was like 30 people were serviced by this cabinet. And he had a bunch of trash that he decided he was going to burn in the ditch, which destroyed the cabinet and the fiber for 30 of his neighbors' internet. So yeah, we did fucking charge that guy. Especially because burning stuff in the ditch in city limits is already illegal. So I don't know why he was doing that to begin with. But, rough shit. Will the creature join us tonight? If you mean Nitro, he's currently asleep. I'll open this relic and then I'll probably call it here for this mission, but... committing felonies by that point. It's weird, too, because, like, there was another time we had a bunch of people lose their internet connection because a cabinet got run over by a car. And, like, looking at the pictures of this that our technicians sent when they were out repairing it, dude, this... Okay, so picture this. It's a road in a neighborhood. So, low speed limit, right? 25 at most. In a neighborhood. On the other side of the sidewalk from the road. So there's curb, green space, the entire sidewalk, and then the cabinet. Someone hit it with a fucking car! They had to go completely off the road to do that. And the tire marks made it look completely intentional. That was the weirdest part. Like, the guy went off the road, ran it over, and then got back on the road. And it's like, what the fuck, dude? What was that guy's problem? Reasonable crash out? I don't know, it caused us a lot of problems. Dude, that one pissed me off because that took out my internet. I was routed through that cabinet. Because a car has hit something? Damn. The drivers in my city aren't anything amazing. Oh, I got killed by one of the, yeah, galvanic culverins. This is just depressing how much I'm eating shit trying to do this, I'm not gonna lie. It's fairly embarrassing, if anything. Can I find one more easy enemy? There you are. Good morning, welcome, Sci-Fi. I'm talking about, peculiar workplace incidents. Thought it'd be funny or drunk? I don't know. We never caught who did it, as far as I'm aware.
That's it. You opened the relic.
That killed the internet of like 30 people. I agree, it is conceptually funny, but it was also just so bizarre. It's weird too, because like, another kind of side tangent. So, because I work a tech support job, you can kind of expect this. But I have, or we have like a ticketing system. Oh, I am so beyond fucked. Okay, it wasn't, the toxin proc wasn't that damaging. But we have a ticketing system. Here's the weird thing though. Our ticketing system for the help desk is shared with a bunch of other ticketing systems. Like, they all use the same systems. We can see tickets for other departments sometimes. And there was one that we received that was supposed to go to our legal department. As you might expect, we cannot see the legal department's emails. They are not part of this group. Because, yeah, no shit, that's confidential information. It was an email that was mistakenly sent to us, the internet support, for the legal department. You want to know who sent the email? The fucking FBI! And it's just like, huh? Fortunately, none of the information contained within it was something we shouldn't have been able to see, but it's like, you guys should know better. Why'd you send this to the internet support email? And shit like this happens weirdly often, where you'll have, like, emails show up from particular groups for, like, confidential information or other departments, and they'll go to us, because they don't know any other email from us. Also, yes, it was the real FBI. And it was just like, dude, because it was funny because I remember clicking on it, one of our network engineers was just like left a comment on it, like forwarded to the right department. What the fuck, basically. And that happens somewhat frequently. Where it's just like, oh yeah, you know, the FBI or some like some other like corporate agency that should not be communicating with us at all has ended up in our support queue for some reason. Weird that. For the day? I don't know, dude. It was just kind of weird. Because, like, I remember a lot of us saw that in the email and were like, is this fake? Is this, like, a scam? But all of the email addresses were from the FBI's website. And they didn't contain any phishing information or anything. It was just like, what the fuck? Why is this here? Than a lot of other options. My job is easy. I'll tell you all that much. My job is fairly easy. Because it's entirely, like, customer demand on if you'll be on the phone or not, especially if you work late like I do, there will sometimes be periods of multiple hours you don't speak to anybody and you're just doing nothing. And that's really nice. I won't deny that my job's easy. but it requires a fair amount of technical knowledge, and when my job is hard, it's pretty hard. Like, if you have someone calling in saying, like, hey, I'm having an issue with my, my business-level internet because it's my ARP requests aren't receiving replies, what's going on, something like that, that kind of shit is difficult. Or if you have a call where you have to, like, contact a translator, because we do have a sheet for contacting translators if someone's first language is not English. That stuff is difficult, but 99% of the time my job is fairly easy. It also felt like that. I feel like credit card support's probably more busy than a job like mine, but 70 Forma crafted. I've just been building a shit ton of them lately. Must have been awkward. I don't know if we ever told them that they fucked that up. We accidentally deleted DB1. True. And wants one back? Yeah, probably. How long has we been live for? I think I'll go until like 3.5 hours. Maybe a little longer, depending on, you know, how this conversation goes. I think I do still have a Forma in the oven. There's 300,000 rows affected. True. How much Oracle cells do you have? I guess I can chat link that in a second. We're going to visit Wally, though. Who spoke the language, if we didn't know it. Damn. Okay, I have to ask. This is something that is going to come off as racist, and I swear to God that is not my intention. This was just something that was surprising to me when I visited Texas, being from Iowa. A lot of people there do not speak English, and I have to ask, like, in Florida, is that also a common thing? Where it's like you have people there that don't speak that language, and because there's, I mean, it makes sense, right? I'm not trying to be like a racist shithead by saying this. I just never had encountered that living in a place like Iowa. It threw me for a loop when I tried to ask someone something at the hotel I was staying at and they couldn't speak to me. I was like, oh shit. Pretty common where I am? Okay, fair enough. Also, everyone say hi to Wally. This will be our final certified lurker moment. If I could have a hi, Wally. People don't speak English? That's true. That's true. That reminds me of a time my coworker said that he was, like, gonna goon to Femboy Jesus or something like that. And I was like, you know, coworker, those words aren't in the Bible. And he's like, I'm reasonably certain most of those words are in the Bible. And I was like, well, the Bible was written in Hebrew, so no, none of those words were in the Bible. And he was like, oh, God damn it, you little shit. Kill so many databases. That would be funny, though. But speak much English. Yeah, here in Iowa, the vast majority of people you will encounter will speak English, even if it's not their first language. Gotta bust it down sexual style or whatever the fuck. What the fuck do you talk about with your coworkers? So we have a ongoing bit, basically, called Help Desk After Dark, where after everyone else at the company leaves, we just talk about some weird shit. And all of, like, me and my coworkers are all very friendly. I work with a lot of very cool people. Like, I was talking with another coworker of mine. It was the one I mentioned earlier who got into his IT career by hacking his neighbor's internet as a kid. But we were talking about the benefits of overclocking your pacemaker. It was like, we were talking about, like, overclocking your pacemaker for more performance, and about Wi-Fi enabled pacemakers, and, like, imagine if you have interference from living in an apartment and your pacemaker stops working. It's like shit like that. Majority of people speak English. Nerdy shit? That entirely depends. Like, Help Desk After Dark gets off the leash sometimes. The one that always makes me nervous, and people can probably relate to this, I do not talk politics at work. Just, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. I do not talk politics at work. Whenever I am in the office and some other coworkers engage that conversation, I am always very uncomfortable because the tension is palpable, right? Like, I have coworkers on both sides of the political spectrum. Why the FBI made contact with you. I don't think I can actually legally say the reason, because while it didn't contain any sensitive information, it does at least contain enough that I know why they were doing it. But, like, I have, like, one coworker of mine is fairly far left. Like, I'm talking believes property rights should not be a thing kind of far left. and I have another coworker who voted for Trump because it would help the stock market. That's the type of shit we're dealing with here. Like, those two are generally fairly friendly. If they talk politics, I need to leave the goddamn room. Alright, everyone there was on my side. But yeah, it's like some coworkers are more willing to talk politics than others. I am not willing to pretty much at all. If we engage in like I have a coworker who's really interested in history, and we kind of can talk political theories and stuff like that. Like we talked about, who was it? It was like the father of capitalism and how he still thought landlords were immoral. We were talking about that one time. But it's not like you know, are you Republican or a Democrat kind of thing, right? If that kind of conversation is initiated, I'm not engaging, man. Fuck that. The water of politics. I will say this. Help Desk After Dark is very much often not political. Drop table subscribers? Thank you. I don't know how I missed this for a second, but thank you for the 50. Crowns or whatever the fuck. I always forget and verbalize that I forget every time. But with Help Desk After Dark, it's normally just talking about like video games and shit. That's normally what it is, like video games or different topics that are, you know, nerd shit. Like my coworker and I talk about networking a lot because we're both interested in it. Another coworker of mine, like I mentioned, is really into history and talks about stuff like that. And he's also a massive weeb, and he'd tell you that. He visits Japan like once every year, and so he talks about like their culture and stuff as well, which is very interesting. By the way, for those who remember this lore, same coworker who sold me out and gave away my YouTube channel to the rest of the office. I'm incredibly vague about my opinions. That's probably for the best. Sounds pretty political. That's true. Like, I've mentioned this before, my political opinions are really boring. I don't think I'd be particularly offensive to anyone, where it's like, cool kid, how do you feel about politics? And it's like, yeah, gay people exist, transgender people exist, and that's about it, because after that, I'm already being labeled a certain way before I say to my other opinions. I have to know you had a YouTube. Okay, so here's the thing. This coworker who's interested in history also has a YouTube channel. It's not nearly as big as mine, but we had known about it, so I would watch his streams, and I would say things in chat as CoolKid369. So he knew about it because of that. And so after that, another coworker of mine, the Gooning to Femboy Jesus one, actually, had heard through the other coworker that has a YouTube channel that I have a YouTube channel. And so he told this coworker, right? YouTube channel coworker was told by Femboy Jesus coworker, I have a password that you need to log into something. I will only give it to you if you tell me Hayden's channel name. And my brother Hunter was there, and he was like, YouTuber, you know, coworker, I know the password, I'll just tell you. And the YouTuber coworker just blurts out the name of my channel anyways. And that was the beginning of the harassment arc from like 3 other of my coworkers that found out that I have a YouTube through him. The initial thing that started it, like with like the first people in the office that found out about it, was one of them found out about it because of my Discord. So she doesn't work here anymore, but she added me on Discord, and she was like, look, if you need anything, don't text me, I won't see it, send it to me on Discord. So I was like, okay, I added her. And she clicked on my profile and saw I had a YouTube channel linked in it, and she clicked on it, and at the time, I had 2 videos on my channel. The Warframe Iceberg Explained, and me when I play Wisp. And you can bet your ass she did not click on the Warframe Iceberg Explained. So her first exposure to my channel was the Arbiters of Hexus on-call crewmate saying extreme erection. And she brings this up to me at work one day, and she thought it was hilarious. And my other coworker, who is also no longer there, was like, wait, Hayden has a YouTube channel? What's it called? And I'm like, don't do this to me, bro. And she tells him, and the exact same thing happens. Like, I'm sitting there talking with the female coworker as the male coworker is looking up my YouTube channel, and I just hear from across the office, extreme erection, and he breaks down laughing. So that was an interesting experience, but they both left, and I don't believe they ever told the other coworker about it. in the office. It was like 6 or 7 o'clock at night. No one else was there but us. Also, there's been a recurring joke that my full name is Hayden Tenocon. How loud? Oh, his phone volume was all the way up. But no one else was there other than, like, maybe the custodial staff, and they wouldn't give a shit, honestly, if they heard it. Normally, like, this isn't the case anymore, but some of the older custodial people we had would often, like, stop and strike up conversations with us about, like, you know, video games and things like that. Remember one night, before I was 21, because, horrifying fact, I've worked this job since I was 18, almost 19. He was like, have you ever tried that hard Mountain Dew? And I was like, no. And he's like, oh, do you just not like Mountain Dew? And I'm like, I'm 20. And he's like, you are? Because I remember my brother and I both work at the same place, and a lot of people there didn't realize for like a year that he was older than me. And it's like, damn, dude, what the fuck? That's fucked up. People for most of my life have mistaken me for being older than I am just because of my appearance, because I have like a, you know, full facial hair and things like that. People often assume I'm in my mid to late 20s, but like, no, I'm way, like, if I'm still this stupid by the time I'm mid to late 20s, that would fucking suck. How dare you be 83? That's my IQ, but not my age. You have a beard? Yes. I'm gonna play Sekiro. Well, thanks for stopping by, Sci-Fi. The drinking age is 21. Yeah, very weird thing. Like, in the US, a lot of those provisions are to prevent, like, seniors in high school from bringing it into the school system, but, whatever. Mid-20s mean absolutely nothing. Look, all I'm saying is I hope that I become less of a fuck-up eventually, bro. I hope I become less of a fuck-up eventually. People always call security on me. God damn. Show beard. I accidentally did show my face on stream once. People might remember this. People were telling me that they wanted to see my dog, and I was like, oh, I have a program on my PC that lets me use my phone as a webcam, because I don't have a webcam. So I tried to get that program working, and it just showed a picture of my face, because it was the last frame it had seen. And it wouldn't work. So it just got stuck there. Also, it is not lost media. You can still find it in the Steel Path Grendel VOD, I think? Very old stream. It was like my second stream ever, but also, I bet you're hot. I look like a fucking Al-Qaeda member. Like, I'm not even joking when I say this. On my driver's, like, my permit, my learner's permit, I had not trimmed my beard in a while when that happened. I don't know why I didn't, but I swear to God, dude, I looked like I was part of the fucking Mujahideen. Like, I swear to God, they probably did a double take when they saw me. On, like, if I get pulled over and a cop asks for my ID and they look at it, they're probably going to just, like, tell me to step out of the car because they're convinced I'm gonna blow them up. Fucking, that's, like, it was ridiculous. It was bad, let me put it that way. So, no, I'm not particularly attractive. I look like a fucking terrorist. Your bench PR? If you mean, like, bench press, I haven't lifted in years. I used to lift when I was in high school, and I don't even remember what it was. Fuck, what was my... It was like 9th grade or something. I think my max for bench was a plate on each side. What is that? 130 pounds or something? That's not that good, but I think that's what it was. And that's like the maximum amount I could lift. I was not very strong, and I'm still not very strong. What's your top speed? That depends. Who's asking? Molly, I need you to step off my power strip. Thank you. My dog likes to hang out near my power strip, and I'm nervous she'll shut it off. They said never got asked for ID. Dude, this kind of pisses me off. I have, like, every time I've bought alcohol in my life, I've only been actually carded twice, and it's like, dude, I know the rule. Like, I worked at a grocery store here. I know the rule is if they look over 40, you don't have to card them. I don't look over 40. Show Molly. I might have a picture of her somewhere. Not a recent one, though. 10 gigabits per second? True. I'll measure my speed in a RSTP root cost value. don't give a shit. I mean, here's the thing. With handling alcohol, that's illegal. Like, you have to take a training class, you have to get certified to be able to do it. Like, it is illegal to serve a minor alcohol. And carding someone is so fucking easy. It takes 10 seconds. I don't get it. I'm gonna be honest, though. In general, alcohol fucking sucks. I'm sorry. I know people are gonna say, not based, cool kid, very cringe. I don't fucking get people who like, dude, alcohol is super expensive compared to any other beverage. It tastes fucking terrible. For me personally, it just makes my head hurt if I drink it. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. Very cringe? Yeah, there it is. I don't get it. I'm sorry. The only time I drink is when I drive. Otherwise, it's not worth it. I don't know. I don't get it. My vice is I drink way too much soda, which is horrible for your teeth for a lot of reasons. But to roleplay Max Payne, that's true. You know, fair enough, actually. If you're an alcoholic for the RP, then it's fine. If you're an alcoholic for the RP, it's fine. In most restaurants here, that's fucking horrifying. Quit at the third shot. I've never gotten drunk. It almost happened because someone tried to spike my drink at an event, actually, but that's besides the point. My brother Hunter was a real one and witnessed it and dumped it out for me. But beyond that, I say spiked my drink, not with like a roofie, it was with much stronger alcohol than was supposed to be in it. Beyond that, though, no, because alcohol's fucking disgusting. Anything that I try and drink is too, like, it has to be low alcohol content because I think it tastes fucking terrible. And so, if it's low alcohol content, then you have the problem of it takes a bunch of them to get drunk, and I can't drink them fast enough. Should have drank it for the memes. Nah, that wouldn't have gone well. Like, there's more to this story I can't realistically say, but that's the one time it almost happened, and my brother did me a solid. Beyond that, though, no, I don't get it. Like, the most I've probably ever drank was, like, 5%, you know, alcohol content drinks, like, back-to-back. Tastes fine enough. Here's the thing. Like, a lot of people will tell me, like, you can't even taste the alcohol in this. That is bullshit. I don't know if it's just me. I can taste the alcohol in things even when I realistically should not be able to. Like, some 5% alcohol, like, you know, alcoholic soda, I can taste that shit. Covering the taste of it up requires such a disproportionate, like, weighting of alcohol to not alcohol that I don't know. I couldn't drink enough for it to do anything. You don't get the shake? Do you mean as in, like, you start trembling because you need to drink the alcohol for your alcoholism? It's the autism? Fucking hell. Maybe. Primary Merciless up in an exterminate mission? Yeah, like, I can't drink shots. Dude, it hurts. I don't get how people do it. Like, someone offered me a shot. I think it was my cousin Nick. He brought a thing of, like, green apple vodka or something. It's like, this is really good. You can hardly taste it if you dilute it enough. Oh, that makes you shake in disgust? Okay, that makes more sense. But it's like, he was like, you know, dilute this with water, you'll be fine. Okay, I dilute this, I have like a shot of vodka, and then like a can of soda's worth of whatever he recommended. Could not even drink it. Like, one sip was like, holy shit, everything hurts. I cannot fucking do this. Bacon-flavored vodka exists. That's fucked up. And I will say as well, Super Game Chief, I kind of agree with you on that note, but it depends on the person. Like, you can drink responsibly. Just, some people don't. All likely genetic. I wouldn't be surprised. My taste buds may be fucked up. But, like, to me, it's like, dude, I can go buy a, you know, like, a pack of soda that is 50% cheaper and gives me double the amount of beverages. Sure, it will destroy my teeth, but I don't fucking care, because it tastes way better and doesn't have any consequences that I'm not fond of. What's the point? Yeah, pretty relationship ruining. That's true. Give them, like, a glass of pool chlorine. Like, dissolve, like, one of the whole, like, pucks in their glass. Go get a coffee. I don't know how to say this. I don't like coffee either. You can call me a total bitch for this. I just don't like the taste of coffee. I generally, for me, like, soda's my main vice. I like tea as well. I don't drink tea super often, but, like, hot tea is very good as well. Or if you're in the southern US, those people drink sweet tea like it's water. About the Exalted rework, I'm cautiously optimistic. I think pseudo-exalteds overall are going to get nerfed, but it'll probably be healthier for the game in the long run. And other exalteds are getting buffed for sure, but I feel like they're kind of losing part of their identity. There are ways to make them taste not garbage. I mean, that's completely fair. 10 liters of isopropyl for 20 bucks. Well, I'm pretty sure most over-the-counter alcohols mix themselves with another toxic alcohol so that you can't do that. I'm fasting so I can't make one? That's grim. When mixed with a sweet soda. Methanol is toxic, ethanol isn't. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Couldn't think of the names for each of them. Anything other than Warframe? Occasionally, but not often because there's just zero demand for it. Like, I've streamed Helldivers before, I streamed Synthetic once or twice. I streamed Cold War Zombies and lost 2 subscribers, which was really funny, actually. But generally, it's Warframe because, I mean, it's a channel that posts Warframe videos, so that's what people want to see. Becoming more annoying? I actually completely agree with that. Synthetic #1. Yeah, Synthetic goes hard. Also, this animation is a paid emote. One of the few paid dance emotes, Head Bob. Should be a pretty good change. I think overall it'll be better for the game, but there's just some things we'll have to figure out, right, about it. Like 20 times. I am bad at DMC5. You do not want to see that shit. Oh yeah, I streamed Ultra Kill a couple times too, actually. For methanol poisoning. I'm not familiar, LEU. Do tell. You know what? Fuck it. We'll go. I'm hanging out. I'm having a good time. I said I was going to go up till 3.5 hours. We'll go till 4. We can just hang out for another 15 minutes. Who cares? Time for a second variety channel. I don't think it'd be worth it to split my audience, but hop on Synthetic. Game does go hard. I haven't played it in a while, though. I wish that Synthetic 2 would actually get updated. From what I've heard, they're posting updates about the progress of the next update in their Discord, but the game hasn't received a major update in over a year, and it's like, damn, dude. And you go blind. Oh, yeah, that's fucked. Because, yeah, I at least know what the word demyelinate means from when I took human anatomy in high school. Synthetic 2L. I like Synthetic 2, honestly. The problem is just that the game hasn't, like, apparently, like, the next 3 major updates have all just been combined into one update. And so it's, like, taking an eternity for the game to have any content. Which is unfortunate, because I like the gameplay of Synthetic 2. Like, I prefer Synthetic 1, but there's some stuff Synthetic 2 has that's fucking awesome. Like, there's the one ability on Breacher that lets him kick things that are close to him. That shit is awesome. Raider's deflect ability that he gets in that game is fucking awesome. Like, Synthetic 2 has some cool shit in it. If you like For Honor, you should try Hellish Court. Here's the problem. I don't like For Honor. I certainly used to. I guess I'll have to look into it, though. Actually, methanol and people died? Jesus. Circumcises your eyeballs? You could say that. In-game version of Workshop. They already have an in-game version of a Workshop. That's already a thing. So as far as I'm aware, they had 3 updates that were planned in their roadmap. One to add a home base where you could like level up buildings that had certain purposes and stuff like that. They were going to do an update that added class skill trees, which is a big thing Synthetic 2 is missing. And then they were going to do an update that added a new class, the Engineer. And from what I've been told, all 3 of those updates just kind of became the same update. So the next content drop for the game should be absolutely massive. But I have no fucking clue when it's coming out. I've been in the game for months. Which glitch? Tribes of Midgard, never heard of it. Joe, welcome, Zayek. Does Synthetic 2 ever go on sale? I bought it on a sale, but I don't know. If you have, like, Steam, I'd recommend wishlist it, and if it's at, like, 50% off, I'd say go for it. I've had fun with the game, even for its flaws in comparison to the first one. Like I said, there's some cool shit in it. Like, Breacher's breaching kick melee attack is fucking rad. Something I also like that the game does is, in Synthetic 2, dodges are not universal. Decent, or different characters have different dodges. Like I know, what is it? Recon has one where he jumps backwards, and I think that's the only direction you can go, is backwards of your cursor. Breachers work similarly, but I think it's like a shoulder charge now, and it still has the, core mechanic that it has from the first game where he, like, gets a buff for charging into enemies. Stuff like that. And I think that's really cool, because, like, there were some unique dodges in Synthetic 1, like Raider had the double dodges that were shorter, and Heavy Gunner had a longer dodge and stuff like that, but it's a more defined mechanic in the second game for, like, distinct dodges. Have you played Armored Core 6? Personally, no. To just drink alcohol? Damn. The meta. Alcohol inherit? True. Yeah, Synthetic 1 is a banger. That game, I've seen it go on sale for as low as, like, $2. I would recommend, like, wishlisting Synthetic 2 and buying that shit if it ever hits a crazy sale again. Have you played Meat and Fuck Kingdom? Meat and Fuck Kingdom, Steve. So they have to be given booze? Real. Also, I haven't played, what is that, Brigader? I'm guessing that's how that's pronounced. In Synthetic 2 because of dodge roll. That's fair. I've always, like, for me, Raider and Breacher are my favorites because they encourage playing like a fucking psycho. I guess it's called Commando in Synthetic 2 instead of Raider, but... Any favorite YouTubers? That's a difficult question, honestly. I don't know if I could have one that I say is my favorite. There are plenty that I like, but... I opened a portal to Hell in the Villa trying to revive... yeah, I've seen that game. A friend of mine apparently left a review for it or something, and so it showed up on my homepage, like, your friends are enjoying, and it's like, what the fuck is this? Plug your coworker? I mean, I could, but he ratted me out. He fucking ratted me out. He doesn't deserve it. Who do you like? Off the top of my head, one of the first ones I can think of is Sagan Hawks. Sagan Hawk's videos remind me I will never be a good YouTuber. The stuff he makes is fucking crazy good. What else? Who have I been watching recently? Like, come to think of it, I watch so much just random bullshit. I don't even... This is a difficult question. I used to watch a lot of, like Nexpo and, like, those types of YouTubers. Not as much these days anymore, but their content's still good. The Suckmut allegations. Real and true. Never be a good YouTube commenter. You know, I appreciate your effort, though. You're certainly trying. At the end, actual cinema. Real and true. Nightmind is another channel I like a lot. Nightmind is a great channel. Dude, I wish, like... I'm gonna be honest. You know what fucks me up about Nightmind? Is that's just his normal voice. That guy's voice is... Holy shit. It's so deep and, like... suave, I guess is the word that comes to mind. I don't understand how that's just the way he talks. Crazy shit. I've been a fan of Nightmind for a long ass time though. Everything wrong with the ARG genre. I'm honestly not familiar with that one. I also will say Nightmind does get bonus points because he's gay. Mediocre projects. I think it's good to be positive about things, though. Like, even if the project isn't anything earth-shattering, I think that it's better to be positive about these things than tear down the creators that make them. Especially if you're in a position like Nightmind, where a lot of it is creators that are working directly with you through, like, his Nightmind Discovery Index and stuff. I feel like it's probably best to, you know, give credit to series that don't deserve that high of a praise than tear down series for being mediocre. The furry was... Nightmind is the furry, yes. People refer to him as Cat Daddy, and if you see his VTuber model, it's, what's the term I'm looking for? Gooner bait? Okay, that's not entirely true. He's just like a fucking cat demon thing with 4 eyes that's super fucking ripped. equivalent of a gremlin or a goblin. You sound like you're going to ask someone to answer your riddles 3 whenever you speak with them. And like they try to pay at McDonald's and you're the cashier and you're like, to give me this money, you have to answer my riddles 3 to get your fucking Big Mac. Yeah, we physiognomy. That's true. That is true. Real. And watching Doug Doug. Doug Doug is a good channel, too. I don't watch him super often, though. There are some channels that, like, I used to try and, like, watch every upload. Like, Wang, he does the Tales from the Internet and stuff like that. Used to watch him a lot, but I just don't have the stomach for a lot of those videos at this point. I only hear people say not too shabby. It's one of those words, like, you never hear the other side of it, right? It's like, what's the word I'm thinking of? Or, like, invincible, right? People don't say that something is invincible pretty much ever. It's just one of those things. Does silly shit. I'm honestly amazed that Uo's Lab isn't, like, a multi-million subscriber Twitch channel. I haven't watched that much of his stuff, but that guy's fucking insane. And really funny. And videos about it. I've never really heard much about Eve's story, aside from just, like, various, like, miscellaneous grapevine type things. Do you watch Donkey? On occasion, but not, like, regularly. If he's invincible, then why can I see him liberal? That's true. Nothing is ever an Aster. That's true. Soda from Radioactive Desk Shillings? Fucking hell. Nile Red is a channel that does shit like that too sometimes, where he'll just make, like, the most crazy shit. Like making, what was it, like, grape-flavored, like, grape flavoring from latex gloves or something like that. Dude, Nile Green, I miss that. Because he used to go by Nile Green, but he had to change his name to Mr. Green. Nile Green was a parody channel of Nile Red. And, dude, that channel was so goddamn funny. But his videos got taken down because YouTube considered it misinformation, that he was using an AI of Mark Rober and Nile Red over his own face. But, dude, that shit was so goddamn funny. And obviously a joke. Like, he did a parody of Mark Rober's, like, glitter bomb, where he blew up a guy's house. That shit was so good. It was the real Mark Rober. I don't know how you could think it was the real Mark Rober. Unironically, it was so fucking obvious it was a parody. Asked him to take it down? YouTube asked him to take it down, I believe. I don't think it was ever that Niall or Mark Rober asked him to take it down, but I'm not super familiar with it. It just sucks, because his channel was really goddamn funny. He still does content, it's just less parody and more unique stuff, and he's still fucking nuts. Creepy and Company. That sounds interesting. That reminds me of a channel called The Exploring Series. He would do readings of SCPs and, like, Warhammer lore and Lovecraft stories and stuff like that. The Exploring Series is also a really great channel. His stuff isn't, like, super high production value, but... And then you have people like The Volgan. The Volgan is very high production value. For an SCP reading channel, it's kind of weird. Best background audio. I remember listening to his full series on the Ouroboros cycle canon, and I gotta say, that shit just reads like SCP fan fiction. Like, it feels like it fits in the universe for, like, the first hour, and then you have a guy deflect a bullet with a whip while riding SCP-682 like a fucking cowboy, and it's like, okay, how did we get here exactly? Because this was not what I was signing up for originally. Called Cool Kid 369. Cool Kid 369 is a pretty bad YouTube channel. I don't recommend them, but Warframe videos, though, I mean, it won't be from me, I'll tell you that much, because my editing fucking sucks. Pretentious Lovecraft fanfiction. I'm gonna be honest, I actually agree with you. I feel like I'm gonna be very boomer to say this, but I still have a lot of fondness for the older SCPs, because I feel like a lot of, like, every single SCP just feels like it's all cosmic horror shit, and I don't like it as much, because it, like, part of the appeal of SCP when it was new, right, was that it felt like it could be real. The way it was worded, the way it was structured, the entities that were in it, like it was still fiction, but it had this air of unreality to it. Like there was something very cerebrally horrifying about it because it felt like it could be real, even though obviously it wasn't. But a lot of the cosmic horror stuff is just so far beyond the realm of anything tangible that it often just doesn't feel like that closeness that made a lot of the original SCPs scary. Like, you look at 173, the original SCP, it's one of those things that's a very simple monster. It's a stone statue that breaks your neck if you're not looking at it. That kind of thing, accompanying with the imagery and the very clinical, scientific write-ups accompanying it, made it feel real. It wasn't, but it still felt that way. And you just don't really have that in a lot of the modern ones anymore. Particular era of the internet, that's fair. Just harder to find now. I feel like that's the thing, is that a lot of modern ones are more leaning towards the more grand cosmic horror kind of angle. And that's not, like, those stories aren't necessarily bad. They're just not what, you know, made me enjoy the sort of SCP mythos originally. A lot of it for me was like I said, those monsters feel like they could be real with the accompanying imagery and documentation of them. Now you have stuff like, you know, that's very cosmic or like universe fundamentals type shit. And it's just like, I don't know. I just don't vibe with that as much. Which they have chat on as a guest. I might as well be a fucking podcast at this point. This is the come talk to a psychotic Warframe YouTuber stream. Gets a tree made of dicks. I respect that. I think, which one was it? My favorite SCP is probably still the Red Pool. Can't think of its number, but it's like there's like this lake of blood in Canada that like monsters randomly emerge from. I liked that story a lot. It had a lot of cool variety to it, but I didn't feel like it was so far out of the realm that it felt like it was like super, like it wasn't scary anymore, I guess. Boss raid pool, pretty much. Another thing I like about a lot of those SCPs too are the testing logs, because something that, this is especially a thing with like the vending machine, was the testing logs that just like was basically they write a solid concept for an SCP and then just fuck with it. And I love stuff like that. Like the nerfing gun was another one that was really good about that, with like it is a gun that nerfed things that you shot it with. And it was them just testing, you know, what constitutes a nerf to something and what can you turn other things into. Stuff like that was fun to read. Here Be Dragons was cool. I think isn't it Here Were Dragons? I'm sorry if this will make you cry, but it was a good story, though, overall. People's Desires is a cool one. I can't think of the number, but I vaguely know which one you're referring to. I don't know, like, a lot of SCPs, especially back in their infancy, I found really enticing, but nowadays I'm not as big of a fan. There are some that are more modern that I still think are cool, but for the most part, I don't know, I'm not with it anymore, I guess. The 682 log stop, that's true. You have to know when to quit, right? Wardrobe to Narnia. I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't recognize that one off the top of my head. There are some that are like that, though, because of the experiment logs. Yeah, that was 8087, I think. That one's so iconic because the experiment logs are so creepy, and there's so much mystery. But I know that there's an SCP, because it appears in Containment Breach, it's a gas mask, where when you put it on, it like transports you to the World War I trenches. That thing was cool. I also like some of the more, like, banal SCPs. Like, there's one that's a candy bowl that says, take 2, and if you try to take more than 2, it cuts your fingers off. Like, I fuck with that. It's very simple and to the point, but it's neat. Springlock. And games. I am not a... Is Idan still here? We can't mention Project Moon. He'll tweak the fuck out about his wife, Carmen, or whatever the fuck. But, no. I am not someone who has ever played any of those games. Not personally, at least. There it is. The Ghost of Tupac? Is that one of them? That pulls your soul in the metadata? That's pretty cool as well. I don't think I've ever read that one just so much as heard about it. Because I remember, like, when I was a kid in, like, middle school, I would just, like, during my study hall periods, if I had nothing to do, I just use my school laptop to read stuff on the SCP Wiki. For freaking out over Garuda. No, we all acknowledge that Idan is weird. Idan is wrong for this, even. He's foul for this. Manage SCPs. I have played Control, and Control is very obviously inspired by SCP. Control is a great game, by the way. Highly recommend Control. That helped the Foundation. That's actually kind of hilarious. Put Idan into the femur breaker. Put him in the gator explosion chamber, and have his gator exploded immediately. Well... it's been fun, but it's been about 4 hours. I didn't mean to go this long. It is currently 7 o'clock in the morning. So I'm going to go ahead and call it here. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate it. Sorry that I haven't posted anything in a while. Like I said, this next video is taking a lot of effort to research and write, stuff like that. I expect it to be very long. I hope that it's worth the wait for you all, but it's a lot of work, and it's also difficult to work on. Like, I have to do it in chunks, because if I work on too much at once, it's difficult. But, thank you all for stopping by. The VOD playlist is in the description, the Discord is in the description, all that kind of thing. And yeah, I'll see you around.